Hello and good morning, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good what is today? Wednesday? Sorry, it's my weekend, so I said a weekend day, even though I haven't had a Saturday for my weekend in a long time. But good morning, everybody. We're going to get started here in just a second, once I get everything situated for myself. I put a little bit more work into this stream. Basically, the first part of this stream today is kind of going to be a video that's kind of going to go over a bunch of Switch 2 stuff, what's going on the channel like we normally do, and some changes that we're making. I'm going to give you an example of what's going to change in reviews going forward, with the Switch 2 being a thing, and still having a lot of Switch 1 games to cover and review. Jucky, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day today. Alright, let me pull up my stream notes and we will get started. Like I said, the first part of this video is going to be, because I'm displaying my laptop screen right now. So we're going to talk about the Switch 2. We're going to talk about some stuff going on the channel, changes, yada yada yada. And then we're going to swap over to the Switch 2 and we're going to do a bunch of testing on Switch 1 games. I have a gigantic list of games to test, thanks to all of the suggestions that people commented on my community posts. I apologize for basically spamming you guys with community posts this week, because it was like, hey, I got my Switch 2, give me suggestions. Then it was like, hey, I'm starting to do battery tests. Here's what I found. Oh, hey, there's a battery fix. Here it is. Oh, by the way, here's more battery information. As I was slowly testing battery information, you know, on my lunches at work, before and after work, all the way until yesterday, where I had a day off where I could actually, you know, spend the entire day just focused on battery testing to see how things are with the Switch 2. All right, so let me pull up my notes and we'll get started. Gonna lower the volume of this music a little bit. I have the Life is Strange True Colors title music playing in the background. It's the background music I used for my Life is Strange True Colors review during the intro and outro. It's a really nice little track, so I wanted to use it for today's stream, or at least as we get started. Alright, so Jucky's talking about the fan and the heat. Talking about what they wish Nintendo would come up with a better idea for the webcam. I actually haven't done anything with the camera yet. Then again, I don't really care that much about the camera. I don't imagine I'm going to be using game chat that often with a bunch of other people, because I'm a very, very solitary person overall. So I just kind of keep to myself and do my thing. But I will admit that Hori Piranha Plant camera that they released, it's like, I've heard mixed things about how good of a camera it is, but it's so cute. I look at it, I'm like, you know what? I would use that just as a decoration for the office, just because it's adorable. But anyways, let's go ahead and get started, because we got a lot of things to talk about. Alright, so the first thing is Switch games. So as far as like the future of how I'm going to do coverage on the channel here for my reviews. So we got a lot more Switch 1 games to review, because as I said, like, as many of you are well aware, I've been trying to go through the entire Life is Strange series before the Switch 2 launched. Didn't quite make it there. I've got all of them except for Double Exposure reviewed. I'm almost done with Double Exposure now. And that's going to be, I mean, the review itself is going to be pretty much the same. Like talking about, you know, intro, story, gameplay, presentation, battery life, etc. But we're going to include some more information in the presentation and battery life segments. Basically, Switch 1 reviews will include Switch 2 visual performance and load time changes. So basically I'll talk about, hey, here's how this game looks on the Switch. Now, if you're playing on the Switch 2, here are the differences. Here's how it performs on the Switch. And here's how different it is on the Switch 2. So basically, I'll give you an example here in a second. So going back to the stream, Juggy's talking about the Asus Xbox Ally reveal. I thought Xbox was going through their own hardware and design. Well, there's a rumor that they are going and making their own handheld. Because basically there were two rumors for an Xbox handheld. There was the collaboration device between Asus and Xbox, which is what they released. Basically just a ROG Ally with an Xbox software overlay. And then they're gonna release an actual Xbox handheld later. Because I remember someone at work told me that Xbox released the handheld. I'm like, no, they didn't. They're nowhere near. They are nowhere near ready to do that. And then I saw, I'm like, oh, it's the Xbox collaboration ROG Ally, which made a lot of sense to me. It's like, it's not really an Xbox handheld. It's an Xbox themed ROG Ally. Surf Nemo, welcome to the stream. So you said I was going to share this last week, but you had internet issues, right? Yeah, because we weren't able to do the stream last week. As of the Daima update for Xenoverse 2, the multiplayer now seems to be working on the Steam Deck. Yes, it does. It does. I did see that. I don't know if I made a community post about it. I know I made a comment on my Xenoverse 2 Steam Deck performance video about it. I was going to make an entirely new video, but I thought, you know what? I'm not sure that's worth making a whole new video just for that. But I did notice that. I went in and tested around with it a little bit. And all of the online features are working now, which is awesome. You know, they just need to update Easy Anti-Cheat like that for every other game on Steam that uses Easy Anti-Cheat. Alright, but anyways, going back to what I said, basically Switch 1 reviews will include Switch 2 visuals, performance, load changes, all of that. So it'll basically the presentation sections of future Switch 1 reviews are going to be comparison. So I'll give you an example. Here's an example. The first one I'm going to do is Life is Strange Double Exposure, because I've been working on that game. I was working on that game on Switch 1 when Switch 2 came out, and I've been playing it mostly on the Switch 2 now. So, you know, I played through chapters 1, 2, and half of chapter 3 on Switch 1. I've about halfway through chapter 4, mostly playing on Switch 2. So basically, this is kind of like going to be an example. This might not be the actual script I use for the review. I kind of jotted this down yesterday. So basically, you know, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Basically saying, hey, visually, the game looks acceptable. There's a lot of blurring going on with the models. Much heavier in double exposure than True Colors, which is true. Double Exposure on Switch is a very blurry game. It's constantly going in and out of like resolution changes with the dynamic res. You could see this a little bit in True Colors, but it was very rare. It would be like every once in a while you'd see a character, you know, a medium distance away from the camera, and they would kind of like have kind of like a little ghosting blur going on. But it is pretty much everywhere in Double Exposure. And then saying, hey, when you play it on the Switch 2, the blur is still there. It's a little clearer, but very slightly. And then down here we talk about performance, saying, hey, the frame rate's pretty stable in Double Exposure on Switch. Game jumps around between 29 and 30 FPS constantly, but it's consistent. The only main issue is that it stutters when you use the new power max kits with reality swapping. Like when you go into the animation, there's a couple little hiccup stutters when you transition. And then on Switch 2, stutters don't happen, and the load times are a lot better. And that seems to be the consensus. Like for all of those games that were already performing well at a locked 30 FPS on Switch 1, Switch 2 doesn't change that much. Looks slightly better, but the load times really benefit. So, you know, Double Exposure loading a save file, 35 to 40 seconds. Double exposure on Switch 2, loading a save file, 17 seconds. So it's like a really big improvement. All right, so next. Okay, so as far as like Switch 2 game coverage, I have barely touched any of the native Switch 2 games. So probably the first native Switch 2 review for me is going to be Fortnite, because I've played a decent amount of that. I've probably played Fortnite for at least a few hours so far on Switch 2. I've played Zelda for maybe 20 minutes. Well, I've seriously played Zelda for maybe 20 minutes, because I did do battery tests on Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 versions, but it was very slight. It was really just, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just running around attacking moblin camps just while I test the battery. I wasn't really playing it seriously. I'm just, let's do something in the game while these battery tests go through. So, you know, Fortnite's probably going to be my first native Switch 2 review, and then we'll go from there. Because I want to get through Life is Strange Double Exposure so I can get the whole series done. And I like Double Exposure. I'm like, I don't love Double Exposure. I think it's good, but I don't absolutely love it. It is a little messy with the lore, since it's a direct sequel to Life is Strange 1, and you know, a lot of the nods are cool, a lot of the connections are cool, but a few of the things that the game's just like, I don't know about that. But you know, maybe the ending will make it all up. Maybe the ending will make it all make sense. I don't think it will. All right, and then so now let's talk about a couple things with the Switch 2. Stuff that I'm using and accessories that I've tested. So a lot of people were very conflicted about this micro SD express card you see on screen right here. This is the On brand. This is Walmart's brand of electronics. Basically, you know, they go through manufacturers like SanDisk and a few others and have them make SD cards and stuff for Walmart, which Walmart puts at lower prices. So this is a 512 gigabyte SD card that was only $65 USD. Way cheaper than every other 512 gigabyte card from, you know, like SanDisk and all of them. So a lot of people were questioning them, like, how is this going to work? Are these crappy SD cards? So far, I've had zero issues. Zero issues, and everything's been fine so far. So fingers crossed it stays that way. I mean, it was only $65 for a 512 card, and you know, leading up to launch, no one could get 512 gigabyte cards. The only reason I got this is because the Walmart that I work loss prevention at got some in. So I pulled one off the shelf and bought it before launch. Beeria507, welcome to the stream. We haven't started doing any Switch 2 game tests yet. We're just talking about a lot of Switch 2 things. So, moving on to what was our next thing? Oh yeah, the 8bitdo USB adapter 2. So a lot of people were wondering, is this going to work on the Switch 2? A lot of people thought, oh, well, as long as you use the USB connectivity thing with the Pro Controller settings, it'll be fine. It actually was not fine at launch, and it didn't work at all. So I thought, oh, well, great, that's great, it doesn't work. But if you plug your adapter into a laptop and get the updater tool from 8bitdo's website, you see this when you try to update it. They added a firmware update to add support for the Switch 2. Update that, plug the adapter into your Switch 2's dock, and it'll work fine. I currently have a PS5 controller attached to my Switch 2, which I have not had any problems with so far. So anybody, because I think I commented that on my review of the adapter, because I get so much traffic for that review in general, for that adapter. It's crazy that it's like I've gotten regular comments from that for years now. But if you have the adapter and want to use it, you don't want to buy a Pro controller for the Switch 2. All you have to do is update the firmware and it works fine, as I have discovered with my PS5 controller. All right, was there anything else we wanted to talk about before getting started, let's see, we went through our example, we went through the accessories. The last thing we want to talk about is like, I've had multiple comments talking about this stream saying, hey, I would rather hear about battery readings. So I did a lot of battery readings. So what I've noticed so far, well, the first thing is that a lot of Switch 2 consoles do not display battery readings correctly. Like when you look at the current charge of the Switch on the battery, a lot of that is incorrect. Some people have reported that they get to 1% battery and it stays that way for over half an hour. So I had the same problem, but if you go onto Nintendo's support website, there's a fix for it. Basically what you do is if you turn off your system, go into recovery mode by holding down the volume buttons while powering it up, just visiting recovery mode does a sort of reset to the unit itself, and it fixes the battery thing. And then the battery will display correctly. So I noticed this because I tested a few games. And when I tested things like Fortnite or Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition, they were barely reaching the 2-hour range with battery life when I was doing my tests. After I did this, they were more 2.5 hours plus. That's not a gigantic improvement, but it's very different. And you know, the Switch 1 games that I was testing that were coming in at like 2.5, 3 hours suddenly started reading 4 to 5 hours. So I've heard some people say that this fix doesn't work and you have to do another test where you're supposed to like let the whole battery go down to 100%, let it recharge to 100%, reboot it, and then it works better. But I did not need to do that personally. So because of that, one other thing that I'll note before we go into the actual battery tests themselves, I have noticed that there's very little difference in battery life between like airplane mode and having airplane mode off and high brightness versus low brightness. There is a difference, but possibly due to just the nature of the extra power that Switch 2 games use. I have found the difference between having a high brightness airplane mode off game versus a lower brightness airplane mode on is somewhat negligible, like maybe 10 or 15 minute differences, nothing crazy or big. It'll probably be bigger maybe in a few years when and if Nintendo releases a refresh of the Switch 2, maybe a V2 model like they did with the Switch 1 with a more efficient chip in it. But for right now, it's not that much difference. Beria507, how long will a game like Hades take on the Switch 2? I don't know because I don't have Hades. But that brings me to my actual readings. So I tested 15 games, and here is what I found. So the Nintendo claimed the battery would last 2 to 6.5 hours depending on the game, and here is what I found here. So these are ranges. So all of these aren't like 2 hours exactly, 3 hours exactly. They are between 2 and 3 hours, 3 and 4 hours, 4 and 5 hours, 5 and 6 hours, 6 and 6.5 hours. So if you look on this this top segment, so like as far as like the 2-hour games, these are games that last between 2 and 3 hours. Almost all of these are Switch 2 native games. So we have Switch 2 version of Fortnite, Switch 2 version of Hogwarts Legacy, Mario Kart World, and the Switch 2 versions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. They're all around between 2 and 2.5 hours. Like if you want to be specific, I've got my notes right in front of me. So Fortnite was like It ranged. Some sessions were 2 hours and 30 minutes, and other sessions were 2 hours and 15 minutes, but about 2.5 hours total. Hogwarts Legacy was, I gauged around 2 hours, 25 minutes. Mario Kart World was a little bit less at 2 hours and 10 minutes. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom were about 2 hours and 20 minutes apiece. And then Pokemon Violet was the only Switch 1 title that I tested that was in the 2 to 3 hour range. Probably because it got overhauled and it runs at 60 FPS now. So Pokemon Violet, I ranged about 2 hours and 30 minutes. But all of my other Switch 1 games that I tested were larger. So down here, between 3 and 4 hours, are Darksiders 3 and Pokemon Let's Go. And then most of them were in this range, between 4 and 5 hours. So I'm going to say that the vast majority of Switch 1 games that you would play on the Switch 2 are probably going to be in the 4 hour range as far as battery life goes. So between 4 and 5 hours, I've got Life is Strange Double Exposure, Minecraft, The Outer Worlds, Skyrim, and Ys 8 Lacrimosa of Donna. Now, I made sure that all of these game tests were active gameplay. So like, you know, like I started a timer for the battery life and I just sat and did things in the game. Like in Life is Strange Double Exposure, I just played the game as I've been trying to do for review. In Minecraft, I just booted up a creative world and just started walking around and doing things. And you know, you get the idea. It's not like I was, you know, leaving it on a specific screen and just having, you know, the characters stand and do nothing. I was actually doing things to let different things load in and affect the battery in different ways. And down here, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night lasted about 5 hours, and then the only game that I had that went in the 6 hour range was the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster games. Now I still don't know if Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster doesn't work on Switch like the website claimed it didn't. The only one I've tested so far is 4. But that's basically what we're looking at here. So if this stays consistent, this battery range of 2 to 6.5 hours is mostly going to be, your Switch 2 games are going to be in the 2 to 3 hour range, and then your backwards compatible games are going to be in like the 3 to 6 hour range. Sorry, I had to mute to cough. All right, but that's also because I don't really have any native 2D games for the Switch 2. Maybe when more 2D styled games come out, they'll be less on battery life. Because if you noticed, all of the games I tested were 3D games. Every single one of them except for Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster. And Beria507, how good does Darksiders 3 run now on the Switch 2? It is fantastic. Darksiders 3 is one of the games we're going to test today, and it runs at 60 FPS now. It is wonderful. Because Darksiders 3 was one of those games that had unlocked frame rate. So you know, all of the first-party games that Nintendo made, they updated all of the pretty much all of the first-party games to go to 60 FPS. I don't know that Xenoblade has done that yet. I have not tested those games yet. But there are some pseudo first-party and then third-party games that were already unlocked. So, you know, games like Borderlands 3, Darksiders 3, stuff like Trials of Mana, stuff that was already unlocked now runs at a stable 60 frames per second on Switch 2. Now, a lot of other games don't. A lot of games have 30 FPS locks, and when you're locked or capped at 30 FPS, until those developers do a patch to allow the Switch version to be unlocked, they're a stable 30 FPS now. But almost every game I tested had performance improvements. All right, and Jucky says, I already know Persona Revival will come to the Switch too. We'll see. We'll see. When they announced Persona 4 Revival, they didn't say Switch 2. Persona 3 Reload hasn't come to the Switch or Switch 2 yet. So, we'll see. It is possible that Atlus might not have had any Switch 2 dev kits. I did hear rumors that only the really big publishers and developers got access to those before the system launched. But, you know, we'll have to see. Anyways, I'm gonna move my mic for a second. That's really just the intro part of the stream. So I am going to swap over to the Switch 2, and we will continue by actually looking at the Switch 2 and doing a bunch of game tests, thanks to all of the suggestions that you guys gave me, and a few things that I put in there because there are lots of games that did not run well on the Switch. So give me just a second and I will transition that over. All right, there we go. We are in the Switch 2 now. Let me make sure that when we connect my PS5 controller, everything is looking good. Okay, well now we can get started. And Jackie, pros and cons for the Switch 2 cover all the I don't know every detail. I'm still not ready to do a hardware review for this thing. But like, one of the big pros is just backwards compatibility. Everything's better. Like everything that had performance issues, most of them no longer have performance issues. I've seen stutters from time to time in a few games, but yeah. Pretty much everything is better. Like, it doesn't do that much for how games look visually, but frame rate wise, load time wise, everything's better. So we have a lot of games installed on here. Because these are all digital games. I don't think I had a 512 gigabyte card on my Switch 1. So, you know, outside of YouTube, which doesn't work on here, you know, I have like almost 70 games installed on here right now. So a lot of these are stuff that you guys went into the comments on my community post and requested that we test. And other games are just like, hey, this game ran poorly on Switch. Let's see how it does on Switch too. Like Arc of Alchemist, Fairy Fencer F. Those had a lot of frame rate issues. And you know, other ones. And, you know, people requested Bloodstained, Bright Memory Infinite, Diablo 3, Dragon's Dogma, Haven, etc. So let's... Jackie says, still waiting for the new PlayStation handheld. We'll see how that handheld goes, and we'll see how much Sony actually supports it. Maybe they'll support it a little bit more, considering the handheld and PC handheld situation of today. Surf Demon says, except the backwards compatibility is run through emulation, which Nintendo bullied out of the U2 devs. Well, yeah, I don't know all the details on that. I do know that people were surprised when Switch 1 backwards compatible games just run through brute force through the new system specs. Like, instead of trying to match the clock speed of Switch 1 performance, they just give Switch 1 games everything that the Switch 2's got. So, actually, since we were playing Life is Strange 2 Colors earlier, let's do a quick test so we can see load times for that. So we'll just boot it up real quick. and then we'll get into the real tests. We'll probably give each game maybe 10, 15 minutes just to show here's how the game plays, and we'll go through a bunch of these games. But we'll do this. I have not tested this game on Switch 2 yet, so we'll see what this is. So like, when you load into an area or load a save file in this game on Switch 1, you had to wait about a full minute before you could do anything. Like before you would load in. Well, let's lower that volume. All right. So why don't we... load in here and see how long it takes. All right, so it took about 30 seconds. That is a load time that took 60 seconds on Switch 1. So that kind of is consistent with what I've seen so far, where load times for games are basically halved to what they were before. Surf Demon says the only games I want to see running are Mugen Souls and Moero Crystal H that has frame drops on Switch 1. Well, I did download Mugen Souls, so we are going to test that. So let's go ahead. Do I have everything in here? Here's a lot of the games I wanted to test on Switch 2. So I will say that not every game gets performance updates. Pretty much every game does. But this game right here, Succubus with Guns, it's a really unoptimized game. So like it runs at 30 FPS now, but it doesn't run smoothly. It's still pretty choppy. But let's go ahead and get started and we'll test a few games. So we'll start with Mugen Souls and see how it runs now. And then we'll just dive in. We'll probably spend about 10, 15 minutes on each game. We probably won't go through every game on our list, but you know, we'll just go in kind of in an order, and whenever someone wants something specific from the list, we can go into that. So let's start with Mugen Souls. I don't remember where we are in the current load or current save data I have in this game. All right, so I have a 9-hour file. So I want to make sure we're not at one of the ship battles. Here's a field battle. Okay, here's a field save. So let's go ahead and go into this one. So Mugen Souls. Okay, looks like 30 FPS. So it's probably locked to 30 FPS. Let's see, did this game have any of those graphical features? Actually, this isn't Idea Factory. They're not the ones that brought this over, so we probably don't have any of the special enhancements like they gave Mega Dimension Neptunia V2. We gotta skip animations, but that's it. So no real graphical settings we can toggle. Alright, so let's just go. I remember battles having a lot of frame drops. So let's just wander around and get into a battle. That's a great start. Let's try that again. So as soon as it tried to load a battle, game crashed. Let's try that again. That is actually the first crash I've gotten so far. Okay. Let's go back to the same enemy and try it again. Excuse me, sir. Oh. Well. This is not looking well. Okay. So, because I hadn't... Let's go to a different save file. See if it's that enemy, that field, or if it's just the game's spawning battles in general. Nope, it's the game spawning battles in general. That's interesting. How interesting is that? Let's try one more thing here. Okay, this is interesting. So where are we at? Let's see if the same thing happens here. Let's also go into the settings real quick. Let's apply skip battle animations and see if that does anything. Nope, it doesn't. How interesting is that? Okay, then. Well, I guess Mugen Souls doesn't work on Switch too. It's like, well, it works. It runs at 30 FPS, but battles seem to freak the game out and cause it to crash on Switch 2. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's not a great first test. All right, so while we're doing other tests, let's go ahead and get Moero Crystal H installed. Actually, let's also grab Mugen Souls Z, because Z didn't perform as bad as Mugen Souls 1, but now I'm curious to see if that game also crashes when you spawn battles. So we'll let those download while we're doing other tests. Beria507, we can report this to Nintendo so they can know. I'm assuming there's some way we can report it to Nintendo. I'll have to look into that. Let's see if anybody else has tried this game on Switch 2. Looks like that's going to be a no. I don't see anything on online about Mugen Souls Z. Okay, so we'll just wait for those to download and we'll start. How long is this going to take? Oh, 5 minutes? Who cares? 5 minutes? All right. Well, Beria507 wants us to test Darksiders 3. 7 Pirates H? Sure. We'll add 7 Pirates H to the list as well. And then we'll go into Darksiders 3. Because I have done that a fair bit. Let's see. Almost down to the S's. There it is. 7 Pirates H. Alright. We'll let all that download. We're going to go ahead and delete True Colors and Mugen Souls, just to free up some space, because I know I don't have that much space left on my 512 gigabyte card. All right, so let's go into Darksiders 3. Because this is a game that I actually had a lot of fun doing the test for this. Just running around and everything. All right, so now we're going to test Darksiders 3, which I have not had any problems with. So let's go ahead and continue the last save data I loaded yesterday. And you could already see a little bit of the 60 FPS in the animations on the title screen. All right, here we go. So visually, It still looks good. I mean, it looked good on the Switch. So, you know, Switch 2 doesn't, like, massively improve how a game looks visually. It does a little bit because of the scaling and the resolution, but it doesn't, like, make it look like a completely different port. Alright, so let's go ahead and find some enemies. Is it this way? Yeah, this way. Turn to the right. Now, if you saw there was like a little bit of a stutter there because it was loading in the next area. I have seen stutters from time to time here. But overall, it's just fantastic. And don't expect me to have perfect dodges on all this either. Because yesterday was the first time I played Darksiders 3 in months. Especially against a shield enemy guy here. He's the one that I was having so much problems with when I first got back into the game yesterday. Wish I could move the camera out a little bit. Let's go ahead and do the transformation. Just so people can see that. But no. I went into this game, started playing it, and I was like, oh, this is pretty impressive. Because it still looks good. Like, you look at things here. Things are like slightly grainy, but like even like looking at close-ups on her, like looking at her hair model and like the skin on her shoulder, you don't really see any jagged edges or anything. The game looks good. Alright, so let's just wander around here for a little bit more, because I know there's an area we can go here that has more enemies. Yeah, right down here. Just so we can show this a little bit more. And really, I started testing this, and I just kept going for a little while. I made sure not to go to another save point because I wanted this section to be there for the actual, you know, stream today, where we actually show the game running. And Juggy says testing Sonic X Shadow Generations. You can test that if you want to. I do not own that game. I don't own it on Switch or Switch 2. Though, as the internet knows now, if you're going to buy this game, you're going to have to buy it for the Switch too, because Sega decided not to give us an upgrade path. Because, like with a Hogwarts Legacy, if you own Hogwarts Legacy on the Switch, you can upgrade to the Switch 2 version for like $10 USD. Sonic Shadow Generations did not offer that. So if you want to, if you have Sonic X Shadow Generations for the Switch, which runs at 30 FPS, and you want the Switch 2 version, which runs at 60, you have to pay for the game all over again. Like, pay for the entire game again, which sucks. And hopefully more people are gonna make Switch 2 versions and give an upgrade path, like, you know, Hogwarts Legacy does, like Fantasy Life does, and all of that. Get back here. Oh, I can't jump up there. Oh well. Alright, let's see. Beria 507, any change with Age of Calamity? I do not own Age of Calamity anymore. I actually owned a physical copy that I sold a long time ago for some spare money. But Digital Foundry tested the demo and some other people. Basically, it's a solid 30 now, I think. Because I think that Age of Calamity was locked to 30 FPS, maybe? But it's a lot better. And Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition is now 60 FPS docked and handheld. Surf Demon says, any interest in playing Stellar Blade when it releases on PC, either as a stream, Steam Deck test video, or a Let's Play? I am interested in playing through it. I actually did. I played the demo the day it came out because I posted a Steam Deck video for the demo version, and I remember downloading it that night because I just got home. I was just checking on the news and everything, and I see, you know, that the demo was out. I'm like, oh, Stellar Blade released a demo. That's awesome. Let's download it. So I planned on just playing it for a few minutes to see how it was. Once I started playing it, I got sucked into it, and I'm like, okay, now I can't stop. And I made the whole video that night. Went through the entire demo, started making the video, went and did a bunch of other stuff in the demo, just to get that done, because I was having a ton of fun with it, and it plays really well. It plays real well on the Steam Deck. So when that comes out on PC, wait, that's soon, isn't it? We'll see what happens, and what I have available on the actual release date. Oh yeah, it comes out today. It comes out in like 8 hours. We'll see. I don't know that I have the spare funds to buy the whole game right now, but we'll see. But I do want to play through it because I never played through it on PlayStation. But I really enjoyed my time with the demo on the Steam Deck. Alright, might as well take this guy out. Maybe take this guy out. If I can get the controls to work right. Oh, too far away. Juggy says Stellar Blade will reveal support for Switch 2 next year. We'll see. If it does, that'd be cool. I don't know how much I trust the Switch 2 getting a PlayStation games, but we'll see. But anyways, you know, this is Darksiders 3. Runs wonderfully. So let's go ahead and we'll go out of here, and yes, Darksiders 3 stopped the download process because it uses up so much power. Let's test Ark of Alchemist. Ark of Alchemist is an older Idea Factory Switch game. And hopefully it doesn't stop the downloads for those other games. Because Ark of Alchemist was an interesting little game, but it played horribly on the Switch. It was awful with its frame rate. All right, we're in the game. Let's see. Okay, good. The downloads are still going, so one of these downloads will be done by the time we get done testing this. Surf Demon says, I saw that you did referring to the Stellar Blade demo thing. That made me try it on my deck as well, and even my laptop. I'm very tempted to double dip since I finished it on PS5 last year. Oh yeah, I was shocked at how well it ran on the Steam Deck. I was expecting it to struggle to reach 30 FPS, not have it struggle to reach 60 FPS. Alright, so let's just pick... I have not touched this game in so long. let's take a look. Are there any... Looks like there aren't any visual, graphical things we can toggle. Let's just pick a middle-of-the-road save file. Yeah, I haven't played this game since 2020. Episode 18, sure. Alright, the flow seems good so far. Look at how... Oh my gosh, that's not a great... Alright, let's go ahead and skip the cutscene because we want to get to gameplay. I remember gameplay being atrocious. Oh, let's see. We got a bunch of allies here. I don't think we'll need to change anything. Let's just depart and go where? That looks like a pretty big area, so let's go over there and explore. Do whatever this game does. Alright, seems like a solid 30 FPS. A lot of blurring going on. Things seem fine so far. Can we change who is in control? We got battle basics. Beat your moves with A and Y, okay. And Moero Crystal's done. Okay, this is good so far. Let's run towards that tornado. Let's see if that effect does anything to us. Because, you know, it's not 60 FPS, but it does seem to be a solid 30 so far. I wonder if there's a lock on here. There we go. It's not very hack and slashy when we've got this mage character, but things seem to be going fine so far. I actually did not test this before today. Otherwise, it probably would have been in the battery readings that I showed you guys earlier. I don't really see anything happening to the frame rate, so that's good. So this might be just a solid 30 FPS now. That's fantastic. We're, I don't know what was going on in this area, but we were massively overpowered for it. Maybe this was either like an early area. Yeah, maybe this was either an early area. Or maybe... We trust the allies. We're gonna... Quinn can bring up 2 of her allies. Okay. Let's go to Luna Gear. Can you change anything about your... fighting style? Apparently not. Okay, that's fine. I guess it makes sense. We're an alchemist, so magic is what we do. So the game still looks... You know, there's still a lot of blurring going on. It doesn't look great visually. Like, especially when you look out there, you see a lot of distortions on all of the environments and stuff. But it's playing much better. So that's great. Serve Demon says, just got an email from Game saying that they have the Switch 2 back in stock and it's just the bundle with Mario Kart, sadly. Yeah, the bundle with Mario Kart actually in the At the store that I work at, the Walmart store, the Mario Kart bundle is what we sold the last. Like we sold out of our base units much faster than the bundles. We did eventually sell through all of them, but the bundles went down, or the base units went down to 0 way before the bundles did. Alright, let's run back. Because I don't think we've gotten any more units in since that day. I think we were told that we would get some more towards the end of the month. So let's return to the base. Let's try a different area and see if the 30 stacks up. Because, I mean, that motion right there kind of looked like 60 FPS, to be honest. Let's go ahead and skip this little character-to-character cutscene. But this is nice so far. Because let me go back to my... Arc of Alchemist Switch review. Alright, let's depart. Let's go to someplace else. Last time we went to the valley. Let's go to a city. That's probably gonna have more, like, stuff sitting around the environment. Alright, let's see. There was an internal building area that I showed in my initial review for the frame drop. So let's find that. There's an abandoned city. .30 FPS seems to be holding up here as well, which is good. I'm sure it's like this everywhere. The only downside for this game is just how it looks. Because the resolution of the game itself is so low. Here's a map. Not really any fast travel spots. So Demon says if they were to get one, it would be just the system. Need to get a new TV first. Let's try one more area. We probably have more areas available to us on the later save data. So let's go to our most recent save data, which is in episode 41, because the one we were in just now was episode 18. Let's just go ahead and skip this cutscene real quick. We don't need to see the story stuff. Depart. This looks better. Let's go here. That looks like a building format. Aha! This is where I was in the footage in my video review, where I talked about performance. And everything's looking good so far. Let's see if we can find some enemies somewhere. Let's look at little pod things. Mugen Souls Z is done now, too. Oh, hey! And we have a hack and slash weapon now. Everything's looking good so far. Oh, look at that. Oh, I love that so much. That's awesome. I'm just gonna fire some laser beams at you from a distance with my magic sword. Okay, well, good. Good. Then I'm gonna say this game is just a good, solid 30 FPS now. Sweet. Well, I think that's all we need to do in Arc of Alchemist. Let's make sure that we have our save data up to date. And then we'll try. We'll see what happens in Moero Crystal H or Moero Crystal H. So let's just update our save data. And let's give it a try. Let's see what we get. And yet another Idea Factory game, because so many Compile Heart games don't run well on the Switch. Which is very tragic. All right. Let's go ahead and go in. Yet another 2020 game. Camp menu. Let's see, who do we have in our party right now? We have Lunala, Angel, Arachne, because why wouldn't we have a spider girl in our party when we're literally an arachnophobe? Surf Demon said the UI in that was almost identical to the UI in Cyber Dimension 4 Goddesses Online. Interesting. Alright, let's leave the base. Let's go to the forest. I think this is the area that I showed in my video review of this game. Alright, Jackie says, I'm curious, can you use audio interlacing because it has Type-C? I'm not sure. Switch. I'll Google it real quick to see if we got. I'm not really seeing anything online about it. Anyways, let's take a look. Frame rate for base movement seems fine. Let's move around. Yep. Here we go. Let's see if we can get some skills that have a lot of effects going on. Everything looks good so far. Not, though none of this is like really like crazy animation-wise. But it looks good so far. Let's let auto battle go through, see if we get anything weird going on there. But everything's looking good so far. Where are we at? Oh, there we are. Oh, hey, we didn't actually discover that part of the dungeon in this save file. But I'm not seeing anything crazy yet, which is good. I wonder if there are auto battle settings, or if it's literally just always just regular attacks, like the default sort of stuff. We can put the difficulty up to normal. Battle effects are all on, so everything's fine there. Okay. Well, we got that pumpkin thing running around, so let's go find that. That's probably like a mini boss or something. Certain says it has drops when moving in dungeons, combat, and the VN scenes, from what I remember. Well, battle seems fine so far. And I haven't had any problems in battle so far either, which is good. Alright, we'll find this pumpkin thing, then we'll go to a different dungeon and see if we get anything else. I imagine it'll be fine either way, though. You know, I would say I remember every area where it had frame drops, but I haven't played this game in almost 5 years. Alright, Mr. Pumpkin. Okay, let's see. Armor breaks. Everything seems fine so far. Party heal. Nope, those animations seem fine as well. That was a bigger effect, and that went through fine. We'll just let auto battle go through for a while, see if anything happens. Let's get party heal going on for you. ridiculous. I love this game so much. It's so, we're not even trying to hide. You know, Ace Agisoft was the only one that would be able to bring this game over. Especially now that Nintendo's, like, cracking down more on fan servicey stuff. Do we have a leave the dungeon item? Good. Okay, that seemed fine. Let's go to a different, let's see. Can we get a VN cutscene or something? Ah, here's an event for one of the girls' rooms. All of them have events. For all these monster girls. Let's go ahead and see what Angel's event is. And we'll see if there are any weird drops in the actual cutscene. No, we don't need to skip. How do we... Auto. There we go. Well, she talks about praying. The animations for her model seem fine. So didn't all the Mary Skelter games have performance issues on Switch? Yes. More Idea Factory games. Idea Factory just did not know how to optimize properly for the Switch. Death End Request was bad as well. Like the intro of Death End Request was horrible. It was just Idea Factory just didn't know good. The only really good Idea Factory game, Neptunia Sisters vs. Sisters played pretty well, and Mega Dimension Neptunia V2 played well. If you turned the extra graphical effects off, it was pretty much a mostly, you know, stable 60 FPS. The one Switch 2 now you can turn those effects on and it's fine. Please take me with you on more adventures. Well, I mean, Angel's already in the party, so it's fine. Okay, this seems pretty good. Yeah, we've been going through here for 10 minutes, so I'm going to say that this is pretty darn good. Both of these are ready too. Is our save data fine? Save data problem with 7 Pirates H. Let's see, download backup. Yes, overwrite console save data. Alright, let's try Mugen Souls Z and see if that has any better luck than Mugen Souls 1 had. Even though I don't remember there being as many issues in Z than the first game. From what I remember, I know the base of operations in Z had performance issues in handheld mode. Right, yeah, it was handheld mode that caused a problem with this game. So this looks like a solid 30 FPS. Yeah, with this game... Was that a stutter? I can't tell. We'll just go here, see if there's any problems. seems pretty smooth. But then again, now the important thing is, will battles crash this game like it did the first game? Let's run up to do a battle and we'll find out. No, it did not. Okay, so Mugen Souls Z is going to work. When Mugen Souls 1 did not. Okay, this seems pretty good. And the visuals look fine too. Let's zoom in on the visuals a little bit. Because like there's a little bit of a blur here, but the models look fine. I do think I remember liking the art style of the first game a little bit more. But performance seems fine here. Now, handheld mode have performance issues there, so you're not going to be able to see it on stream, but I'm going to pull the Switch 2 out of the dock for just a second and see if there are any frame dips in handheld mode. It looks pretty much the same so far. Let me just start a battle. No, everything seems fine in handheld mode as well. I'm gonna go ahead and redock the Switch. So I'm gonna say it's just pretty good. All right. So we'll do a little bit more. But I'm going to say that this game is just good now. Because I popped out of when I popped it into handheld mode, I ran around for a second and went into a battle and never had any problems.
Here I come. Come on, lady Shush.
Are there any maybe big skills that we can use? Don't have enough PP for that.
I'm a hero.
But this is looking good. It's got a nice quick flow to it.
Bring it on.
Transitions are pretty good too. Can't really do anything with that, so we'll just defend.
Calm down, Tsukika.
You know, this is unfortunate that this game is the one of the two that works on the Switch. Or on the Switch 2 without crashing on battles, because I think I liked the story a little bit more in Mugen Souls 1. No, all these transitions look good too.
I'll take you on.
Don't have enough PP for that. Oh yeah, hold on. Surely we've got some stuff that restores those power points, right? Apparently not. I've got something that restores SP, but not... Okay, whatever.
Lady Shushu.
We'll keep blast on and see what the difference is. Oh, right. No, everything seems fine. Beneman, welcome to the stream. We're just in the middle of testing out a lot of Switch 1 games on Switch 2. No, I'm gonna say that Mugen Souls Z is really nice. All right, so now let's go into 7 Pirates H. Yet another compile hard game. But you know, there's no one out there testing these games. We all know that. There's no one out there, you know, content-wise, probably besides us, that tests a lot of these games. Because, you know, a lot of people, you know, people get a Switch 2, people are like, oh, yeah, I wonder how Borderlands 3 runs. I wonder how The Witcher 3 and Skyrim and all these other really big games run. You know, they aren't... I wonder how Arc of Alchemist runs. But that's just me thinking, what Switch games didn't run well? Oh yeah, all of Idea Factory's games. Alright, so let's go into our saved out. This one's from 2022. Oh yeah, that did come out a little bit later. Alright. Frame rate seems pretty good on the boat screen so far. Let's see, there's the water place where we found the mermaid girl. And we got some panties. Thank you for the panties. Alright, let's go to Desert Spring and see how the performance is. Oh yeah, there's Dragon Girl. Right? Yeah. Because let's see, what all did we have? We had Harute, the main character. Then we had the Slime Girl, the Dragon Girl, the little Devil Girl. Alright, frame rate seems pretty good just walking around. Let's walk in a little bit more and we'll start a transition into a fight. Oh yeah, this map wasn't terribly large. Let's go to this UFO thing. Alright. It was maybe a second and a half or two to load the battle, but things seem pretty good. Let's start using some flashy skills. Frame rate's looking good so far. Oh, everybody's running low on MP. Let's see if we have anything that can do MP for the whole party. No? Okay. Let's give Dragon Girl some MP so she can use a skill. Alright, skill. Let's see what we got here. Crimson Slash. Let's see how that looks. Beneman says, yes, let the bigger news outlets test the bigger games. We test the enthusiast games here. Yep. But I mean, I got some mildly larger games here. But not like the big ones that literally everyone wants to test. No, this is looking good so far. And the visuals still look pretty good. Like this close-up of her face right here. You can see some like super tiny jagged edges on the model here, but if you weren't looking for it, you'd never be able to see it. And I'm sure that I can only see it now because we're on because I've got the Switch 2 hooked up to a 32-inch TV. If we were in handheld mode, we probably wouldn't be able to see those blemishes at all. So let's go to items. Let's go to a different dungeon. Force of Purity? Sure, why not? Also, not a very big map, but that's probably how this game is just in general. Alright, let's go into stats. I want to... Can only be used in battle. Well, fine then. Let's go and start a battle, and we'll get that started. Transition was smooth, like before. That's good. All this stuff is looking good. Okay, okay. I don't think... Do we have enough items to get someone? We can add... We can give him 60 in key. Which means I can get you to 110, but I cannot get you to 200. Let's maybe get to a more substantial battle. Like this thing that doesn't look like anything loot at all. It's just the one. This is probably one of the early dungeons too. See, boosting a lot of different stats. Surf Demon, I remember the ghost ship running particularly poorly. Alright, well we can go and see if we can find the ghost ship, because everything we found so far seems to be pretty good. There's Cave to the Palace. We were already there. Oh, we can zoom out here. Cool. Let's go to system. See if we have maybe a save data inside. Nope. Let's just pop into some of these other save files. And maybe we'll eventually find something that does have access to the ghost ship. I was next to it. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we'll Ah, here we go. It was... I'm assuming it's because I was zoomed out. Looking good so far. Let's go into a battle. All right, so far so good. Let's go get this bigger enemy here. Surf Demon says go because of the zoom out. Yeah, that's what I figured. Now let's use some skills in here. Make sure it keeps up. Okay. We can do this minigame in dock mode, right? In all play mode, pressing and holding the L and R buttons while repeatedly pressing the A button will... Okay. Because why wouldn't we also show this? Why wouldn't we? Okay, this is looking good so far. Oh, got a preemptive strike, also coming in pretty smooth. All right, let's go ahead and walk to another room in here. Oh, that was the exit? I thought that was just going to transition to another area. That will. No, this is good. I'm going to say this game's good. Let's see if there are any other here. Oh, there's a down below. Basically no load times at all. Pardon me, guys. No, this is nice. Okay, cool. We'll transition one more time. We'll go back to this save data because there was an event we could do. I don't remember cutscenes having problems, but still. We've been waiting for this shaking. This is looking good so far as well, and like looking close on the models, everything's looking good.
それに比べジュエルは全然慣れないぜ。とはいえ、アルテもカッコつけてる意味がわからないんだぜ。
探したぞ。ええ、私も用があって探してたよ。そっちの用はどうせ秘宝でしょ。今日は違う。ついに揃った新四天王がな。耳。
Alright, let's go ahead and skip the event. The event looks good. Alright, here is a... Okay, this might be a good test too, since we got multiple, you know, decently strong characters going at it. Okay, this is... No, this is good. This is very good. Okay. I am going to say that's going to be good for that. We've been in this game for about 15 minutes now. I'd say this is going to be good. All right, so let's see. Oh, yes. Someone wanted us to test Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. So let's go ahead and test that as well. But everything's looking good so far except for Mugen Souls 1. So let's go ahead and test Bloodstained next. Bloodstained is not going to run at 60 FPS, unfortunately, because it's got a 30 FPS lock. But what I saw earlier seemed good so far. I mean, I've never had that many problems with Bloodstained on the Switch. But, you know. Let's go ahead and... We don't need to go into extra mode, do we? Ooh, you know what we could do? We could go into bloodless mode and test that. Since we do have a save data for bloodless. Man, look at that! That was like 3 seconds. That was like 3 seconds. Hold on. I don't know if I have this installed on my regular Switch, but I want to look and compare it. Okay, I'm back. It is actually installing on my regular Switch right now. It's going to be done in like 10 minutes. But holy crap, that was like nothing for a load time. That's awesome. All right, you see we got 30 FPS going through here instead of 60. I'm pretty sure we don't have any graphical options, right? Brightness. I always hate it when games have little sections like this that say graphics. That makes you think it has actual graphic settings, but it's literally just brightness. All right, let's go. I don't remember all of her abilities, but looks pretty good.
Stop it.
Stop it. Just tells him to stop it. Transition is good. There is a fair bit of like motion blur when walking around. Okay, this is where we started because this is where Bloodless's little bed chamber is. But everything's looking good so far. And if you guys watch the I think it was during the State of Play, they announced a new Bloodstained game. Like a new game like this. Like not like another of the Curse of the Moon games. Which are fantastic in their own right. But they announced a new actual 3D graphical Bloodstained game. Take this, you fiend. Got him. This is good so far. Now, when we went into this room for the first time, you could see the textures still loading on that big guy with the armor. It only took about a second, but it was definitely there. Let's go into controls. Looks like Bloodless doesn't really have anything to use outside of her umbrella. Beneman says those load times on Bloodstained look like great news. Oh, absolutely. Like maybe 3 seconds? Holy crap, dude. Just gonna hover over all of you. Bye.
Stop it.
How dare you. Obviously, we got some stuff. We gotta be able to do some things, right? Because Bloodless does have a magic gauge. I didn't really heavily play Bloodless mode. Like, I played it a little bit because I thought it was neat, but I never really put that much time into it. Okay, it looked like there was a little stutter there when we went into this transition. Like, very slight. But it looked like there was like a little bit of a stutter there. Whoops. But overall, seeming pretty good so far. A little bit of slowdown right there for about a second or two.
Stop it.
So not perfect, but still pretty good. I bet they could get rid of that slowdown if they were to update and unlock the FPS here to bring it up to 60. Because I've noticed on Steam Deck, like, if you lock games down to, if you have 60 FPS games that, like, jump around, like, 50s and 60s, if you lock them to 30 FPS, a lot of times they will drop into the 20s pretty often. Even though, if you run them at 60, they never even get close to 30. Sir Demon said, did you see the series producer of Dynasty Warriors has said that the gay undertones were an accident in the game? What? Why would you even need to go out and say that? An accident. Okay. I guess because of the time period. That's absurd. That is crazy and absurd. Alright, let's get up here. I mean, on the bright side, it's really easy to platform around with Bloodless. Since she has that, like, hover. Alright, so we got a little bit of slowdown stuff going on there. Oh, thank you for sending me exactly where I needed to go. Oh, Celeste's room, okay. Oh, isn't that cute? She just sits down on the chair and just looks, just looks fabulous. It's like, I'm just gonna sit down here. And here we go. Here's a save file. Let's go ahead and save here. Now let's play as Miriam for a little bit and see if we also get those little stutters or frame dips with Miriam. I'm assuming we will, but just in case that's a specific thing, you know, to Bloodless mode.
The industrial.
Excuse me? No. We're not doing a brand new game. We are not doing that. We are going to go into... Where is my... There it is. Because you know what had a lot of frame drops? The very end of the game. Take that. Ooh, hey. Oh, one I already had. Secret Sorcery Lab. I'm trying to remember where the... end of the game was. Benjamin says the Surf Demon says because in Dynasty Warriors Origin every character seems to flirt with you. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. But you know, a lot of people can, you know, reach and find arguments for things. Let's see. Benjamin says, well, the devs for Bloodstained have said there will be no more patches for the game as they moved on to the new title. Well, okay. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, sorry, fairy girl. I forgot that you're the familiar that's following me. Yeah, there's still a little bit of slowdown here and there. Because you can see it in this room as well. It's not, like, really bad or anything, but it's definitely there. Because, you know, a lot of people are kind of like expecting everything to run perfectly on the Switch too. Is this where the end of the game was? I don't remember. I remember what the end of the game looked like. I just don't remember where it was on the map. Okay, no, I think this is it. Yep, and you can see a little bit more slowdown here as well.
Here.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you were here to tell me that there was something here. Because obviously I don't want to go into the final boss room because that's real spoilery, because it was kind of like a, oh hey, this one character was actually the villain the whole time. Yeah, Benjamin at the end of the game is near the bottom in the icy caves. Oh hey there, big guy. Got him. Okay. Yeah, I remember there just being a lot of frame drops in these rooms, which I was right. So the game still has a little bit of slowdown here and there. So, you know, the Switch 2 can't fix certain levels of badly optimized games. But it's pretty good overall. But it's good for us to find these little cracks in the armor. See ya. Oh, and I love this weapon. It's that secret weapon, the Rava Velar, that you have to do a bunch of stuff to get, but it's so much fun.
Take this.
Okay. Well, I think that's going to be good for us for Bloodstained. Like, it's better, but it's not perfect. There's still slowdown here and there in some rooms. So that's cool. All right, so I don't remember there being problems with it. Let's see, what else is in our list that had noticeable performance problems? Fairy Fencer F did. So let's dive into Fairy Fencer F, Advent Dark Force, and see how it plays. Because we're already 2 hours in and we've only, you know, tested a handful of games. So let's go into configuration. Shadow render on. Okay, so the graphical options are all on for that. Let's go to the save file that's a little bit before the end of the game. Playthrough 3. I mean, never mind. Sure. Let's go here. And we'll test to see how this runs here. Alright, we got pubs, we got sub-events there. Display menu. Alright, we got us and all of our, I think these are DLC characters. Exit to world map. It stuttered a little bit going to the world map, which still has not loaded. There it is. There we go. But what I'm most concerned about is battle. Let's see what dungeons we have. We have the factory. We have another factory. We have Jet Black Cave. I'm going to say no to Jet Black Cave because there's not really much in the background of that place. So let's go here. Okay, we got stutters as we're walking into it, but now we're running at 60 FPS. So let's see how starting a battle goes.
Let's make this interesting. Here we go.
Okay. So transitions are kind of stuttery still.
We got this.
But when you actually get into the animations and battles, it looks good.
I'll do my best. Executing lunatic dance.
Yeah, no, these animations look good. Alright, so... Interesting.
I won't let you escape. Go! Ready, cholera? It's all over for you. Such food.
No, I'm gonna say this looks pretty good.
Let's do this.
At the start, I was a little worried with how stuttery it was when going between, like, going into the world map and then loading into the dungeon. But I guess it's just the transition that's having issues like that.
Huh? New data.
Did this run at 60 FPS before? Apparently, I'm looking at a thing online from Reddit from 2 years ago. Apparently, it doesn't play that well on the Steam Deck either. Let's see, game runs awful on Switch. Oh, it runs on an uncapped frame rate on Switch. That's why it's 60 FPS here. Okay. Alright, anyways, moving on. Let's use a different skill just to see if anything different pops up with different performance.
I'll do my best.
Maybe it's just not optimized well. Maybe that's why we have all these stutters and everything.
I can keep going.
Next. I did my best.
Vision Slayer says if I use the 8bitdo adapter, the first version of the adapter on an Xbox One X controller, will it work on Switch 1? Maybe you might have to update it. Because I do remember not too long after the 8-bit the version 1 of the adapter came out, I do remember Xbox changed how their controllers paired.
Another step toward my goal.
So I'm gonna toss that up as a maybe, maybe not for the version 1 of the adapter. If you can if it lets you update the firmware and everything, then I think it'll probably work. But I do remember people having a lot of trouble with pairing Xbox controllers once Xbox changed how their Bluetooth system worked.
We're ready for ya. I'll do my best. Here we go. My turn.
All right, everything looks smooth with these combo moves as well. That's good.
New data? Eat this! Ha! Fire! What? Ready, Cholera? My turn. Yes!
All right, let's check these transitions again, because these battle transitions are great. Get your blueprint. Return wing. Let's go ahead and use return wing to leave. Stutters during the transitions again, but it looks good after the transition's over. Lots of stutters going in, but once it loads, it's fine.
Ready?
All right. Bitten Slayer, thanks from Brazil, no worries. Surf Demon says most Idea Factory games don't play nice on the Steam Deck, sadly. But fun fact, Fairy Fencer is where I got my Steam name. Oh, okay, that's cool.
Eat this! Fire! My turn.
You missed. Every single one of those was a miss.
Freezing meteor.
That's better. Oh no, this is great. So regular attacks are a no-go.
Let's do this.
Eruption Edge. Let's see. I'm sure all these are going to be fine. We're just doing a little bit just to do a little more testing, just to make sure it is going to be good. Really just seems like those transitions from base to world map and world into dungeon are the problem here.
Executing.
Because this looks fantastic.
I'm ready.
Let's see. Ooh, here's some Maelstrom. Let's see what that looks like.
Behold the power of water.
Okay. No, this all looks great. You know, this is really the plus side of all of those Switch games that release with uncapped frame rates. That people were like, it runs uncapped, but it can't even go past 30. Why? But now, it's like, oh yeah, all of those uncapped frame rate games can now run at 60 FPS on Switch 2 and don't require a patch.
I'll do my best. Executing waxing crescent.
Man, look at this. This is so... Uh-oh, we lost somebody. Where is she? There she is. Get back up. You got more things to do.
Slash.
How dare you? How dare you? Use Rockfall. Fantastic. Why do you hate Harley so much?
Here. I'm ready.
What the heck, man? Full cure.
Yeah.
That's better.
Executing lunatic dance.
Surf Demon says, I saw my friend play the PS3 original version of this game with its barely 20 FPS and just love those two characters. Okay. Well, I mean, it's a really nice game. I liked it a lot when I played it on Switch, despite the fact that, you know, on Switch 1, it did not play well at all.
Ready, Cholera?
All right. Well, I think we're good on Fairy Fencer F now. So we're going to go ahead and come out of here and choose our next game. Now, off screen, I've got my Switch booting up Bloodstained. So let's see. What else in here did not run well on the original Switch? Oh yeah, Warriors Abyss didn't. So we can pop into that in just a moment. Now give me a second. I'm going to I've got my Switch off screen. I'm going to load that Bloodless save data that took 3 seconds before on Switch 2. Let's see how much it does on Switch 1. Okay, about 6 to 7 seconds. So that's about half on Switch 2, like what we've seen in other games. That's good. But let's do some Dynasty Warriors stuff. Because a lot of people, because there are some people that did want to see some of the Warriors titles. So let's jump into Warriors Abyss. Warriors Abyss, I felt was acceptable on Switch 1. It did have a lot of frame drops, but it was acceptable. So let's take a look at what it is now. Surf Demon Age of Calamity ran like butt on the Switch as well. That is true. Digital Foundry actually tested that on launch day on their little stream they did because someone requested. They downloaded the demo version, which seemed to stabilize the frame rate. All right, let's go ahead and continue. Wait, continue. Am I in the middle of a run? I don't remember if I'm in the middle of... I'm in the middle of a run. Okay, cool. Let me get my bearings here. Okay, yeah, I'm like 3 or 4 stages into a run. And obviously, you know, no 60 FPS, but it is running at 30. Let's see, I don't have the double dash yet. Let's see, what do we have right now? We've got... Okay, we've only got 1 of the speed upgrades so far, so we're going to need 3 more of those to get the double dash. Defeat... Okay. Man, I love the Atelier characters that they added to this game. Alright, seems to be a stable 30 FPS so far. Get some embers, get Crane's Wing Formation. Increase defense by 5%. Increases attack for the hero character for every bolt element. Do we have many bolt elements right now? No. So we'll just keep what we have for right now. Replenishes health and increases maximal health. Form an alliance with a hero. View available heroes. Are there any speedsters in here? Yes. A couple. All right, so let's go for a while in this run. Only about 3 seconds again for transition. And we're done already. All right, let's see. We got strength, vigor, or flame. Let's do... We don't have any strength yet, so let's go and grab that. I love playing this game because it's like you start going into it, and then you like create a build as you go. All right, we got any speedsters here? Nope. Hold on. Can we re-roll? Okay, we got a few re-rolls. Because I always try to get speedsters quickly. That way we can unlock the double dash. Let's see what we got here. Danger zone with a mission. Danger zone. Danger zone with a mission. Let's go with this one so we can possibly get another speedster because we need 2 more to be able to get our double dash. Now the goal here is to at least get to the second tier of the dungeon, because I did remember the frame drops increasing in the the little ice area. Let's see. Lose 5% health. Okay. But get embers. Alright, that's fine. Man, I remember when I first played this game, I'm like, I love this so much. I just kept playing it after I reviewed it. Jeez. Ooh, I don't remember the Sin Spewers showing up this early in the game. I don't remember seeing them show up until the first boss. Interesting. Let's do another strength. Oh, sweet. Okay, that means that if we can find a speedster in here, we can get our double dash right now. Yep, there we go. Now we got our double dash. Good. Okay, cool. Oh, and we're going into the boss fight. Cool. Awesome. All right, well, let's go into the boss. Even though I really hate how these bosses are designed. Where they have the shield. And the shield regenerates. Even though Sophie is so strong in this game. Like, she just destroys that shield like it's nothing. Like, I remember when the Atelier update happened and I used her for the first time. I was just mindlessly fighting this boss and I'm like, wait a minute, the shield's broken already? Holy crap, dude! Alright, we got almost half of it down in the first little wave. Now he's going to summon a bunch of underlings. Oh, what's this? Ooh, okay. Alright, now we're gonna need to get as much of the everyone gauge, or the Muso gauge, or whatever it is. You know, the summon everyone gauge as we can. So we can use that gauge when we break the shield again. Still take a lot of damage, though. There we go! Oh, didn't quite get there! That is tragic. That is so tragic. This is what I don't like about the way these bosses are designed. Just like how long it takes to get the shields back down. Because I feel like it would be great if like the shield didn't regenerate after you took it down the first time, and you know they were just more difficult to fight. All right, there we go. We're done. Junkie says Switch 2 is live at Best Buy. Oh, they got restock? That's cool. That's great for people that want to buy them. All right, so here's going to be a real test. All right. Restore 30% of health at the start of battle for a few phases. That we will need that. All right, let's try. Let's see if the 30 FPS holds up in this second little area. The Glacial Wilds. Because I remember frame drops happening a lot the moment we went in here. Seems fine so far. Oh no, this seems fine. That's great. Alright, what do we need? We are 2 away from unlocking a strength buff. Let's go get you. We got Tears of Blood and Speed. We don't really need another Speed one for right now. So let's go into this one. Here, just take these bombs. I do love that Sophie just throws bombs in her tier 4 skill. And it's just this big AoE thing. Defeat 100 enemies. Okay. I'll just... There we go. Mission's done. No, this is good. This is very good. Because I did test this game on the Switch 2 when I first got it. It was one of the first games I tested. But I didn't go to the Glacial Wilds. There we go. That's another we've got the first tier upgrade for. So I guess the next one will be Flame. Okay. What we got? We got increased max health. We got Tears of Blood. Okay, let's do the increased max health one. All right, so let's come down in here. No, this is going exceptionally well. There we go. Now we got 212. I am very happy with how this is turning out so far. All right, what we got? We got has no effect and increases the number of strength emblems by 1, increases defense by 30% for 3 phases, and increases it. Let's do that. Defeat 100 enemies. Ah, there you are. There we go. As we're being knocked back by something. All right, what we got here? Oh, we could get that. We could get reduce summon cooldown, apply flame attribute. I'd say just that. That's fine. Ooh, Karma Embers. All right, we'll go a little bit longer here. I know we're supposed to summon everybody, but I just love her tier 4 so much, so once I unlock it, that's all I want to do. Okay, there we go. Alright. Wind we have 1, lightning we have 1, and that we have 1. Okay, we'll grab this one for now. Well, we collect our Karma Embers. How many Karma Embers we got now? Oof! 4,500? We'll do Peach Tree again to increase our max health to help us with the upcoming boss fight. $231. Karma Embers again. Okay, this is going well. This plays really nicely. Defeat 260 enemies. Okay. Let's get a nice little start on that. You know, we can do this too. Why not? There are so many enemies here, but the frame rate seems to be holding up still. That's great. Mission: defeat the punished soul that's not an illusion within 1 minute and 30 seconds. Okay. There's one. Not that one. All right. Never mind. We got him. All right, we got Karma Embers. We got Tears of Blood. And we've got a boss fight. Okay. So let's tackle this boss. And whether we win or lose, then we'll call it a day for this game, and we'll move on to another test. Defeat the Magadori. Just slightly too late on that. There we go. Too far away. Alright, we'll just slowly whittle this guy down. There we go, got a little bit more from you. Oh, that's cool. Got him. We'll see if performance changes when he launches his little minions after us. Almost got the barrier down. And barrier's down. Let's go. Ooh. And we got more than half done on the first barrier, so when we get to the second barrier, we might be able to just knock him out. There we go. Clear out this crowd a little bit. Oh, or maybe we'll die. We're getting awfully low on health now. We are getting awfully low on health because we're not being very careful. I mean, if we fail here, that's fine. We just wanted to test this boss anyways. There we go. Let's just try to quickly whittle through this. Okay, we got him. We got him. We got him. Okay. With 7 HP left. So let's just quickly see what the performance is like here in the Bloodstained realm. Okay, performance seems fine. Now we're just going to let them take us out so we can end the run, get our upgrades from it. Pay attention to your health. I was paying attention as it whittled down to 0. Look at that. Look at that. We'll just go to Hall of Bonded Souls real quick. Did we unlock all the Atelier characters before? I know we had unlocked Sophie and Yumia. There's Ryza. There we go. Just wanted to get her unlocked. Alright, let's save the game. Alright, that's good. That's good. That's good results out of Warriors Abyss. That is good stuff. Alright. So as far as games that didn't run terribly well, so Tormented Souls was another game that people wanted me to test, because Tormented Souls actually runs at an uncapped FPS. So let's go into Tormented Souls for a little bit and take a look at that. Tormented Souls is, of course, it's a smaller indie-like game. It's a horror game that's kind of like very heavily inspired by Resident Evil and Silent Hill. You know, like pretty much every indie horror game out there. Are there any graphic settings? General, brightness, control style, sound, not really. Load game. Let's see what we want. We don't want like the end of the game thing. We go to decrepit bathroom or room 2E. We'll go to decrepit bathroom. Since this is uncapped, you know, we had issues with this on the Steam Deck. Oh, look at that. Look at that 60 FPS right there. Look at that 60 frames per second. The game's kind of jaggy still. But man, that's nice. Is this... Oh, we're at the underground area, right? We can go down here to go underground. And it plays at a higher frame rate than Resident Evil Remake on the Nintendo Switch too. Because, you know, Remake and Resident Evil 0 are locked to 30 frames per second. So unless Capcom updates them to run at 60, they're going to be 30 FPS games forever on Switch. A podium. Someone must have preached from here to people in wheelchairs. Excuse me, sir! Yeah, what you gonna do? What you gonna do about it? That's what I thought. Let's see what else we got here. No, this is fantastic. It doesn't look the best, because, you know, you can see some jaggies and stuff on the models and everything. Can be used to record information. There's the weird, crazy room. But no, it's fantastic to just jump into these games. It's like, oh, hey, look at that. Back, you fiend! How dare you? I have a nail gun. Oh, no. Oh, no! I had to reload. Okay, what do we have here? Nail gun. Do we have nails? Staple gun. Okay, we got 15 shots left in that. Okay, we're fine. Oh no! Go away. At least the game pauses for us to go into the menu like this. Don't really remember too much more about this. What's that? Shotgun shells? That's cool. But this is great. This is fantastic. A nice and steady 60 frames per second. Covering the plate reads, the beautiful Archangel suddenly lifted his finger. A golden shine from his ring almost blinded me. AKA, you know, just wink wink nudge nudge to this puzzle here. I don't have a golden ring to give you, my guy. You want a stethoscope? Do you want a stethoscope? No? Okay. Cool. Let's go to a previous area. Make sure that's fine on performance. It probably is. The camera movement looks a little weird. So it looks like in some of these rooms it's it looks a little bit weird. Like nothing crazy, but just a little bit weird. Do we have the nail gun? No, we don't. Oh, but this is when everything was bright. I think this was maybe before like everything went downhill in the game and it became a horror game with stuff attacking you constantly. Okay. So a couple of rooms are a little fidgety, but overall it is great. Great and fantastic. What are you doing? Why are you hesitating there? Knights in armor. Sir, did you ever play Parasite Eve on the PS1? Yes, I did. I played, not on the PS1 platform. I played it on, when it came out on PS1 Classics for the PSP, PS3, and Vita. I played it there. I don't remember if I played Parasite Eve 2 there either. I know I played Parasite Eve 1.
These girls are the same, the ones that will awaken the devil.
But, you know,
like
I also played, you know, the third game that people like to forget existed. The Third Birthday. That was so different. I mean, I still enjoyed it. I thought it was a neat little third-person game. It just wasn't, you know, trying to be third-person horror anymore, really. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied with this. This plays pretty well. A little shaky in the camera movement in a couple rooms earlier on in the game, but pretty good overall. And since we're on the topic of horror games, people wanted me to go through 4 Resident Evil games. So apparently, Resident Evil 5, 6, Rev 1, and Rev 2 had uncapped frame rates, so they can all do 60 FPS now. They were saying that 5 and 6 feel like completely different games now. There's a demo on... Okay, Sergio says there's a demo on Steam right now. in the Steam Next Fest that is very much Parasite even turns a gameplay called Wicked Seed. I've not heard of that. I'll look at it real quick while we boot up Resident Evil 5 so we can check all of these Resident Evil games. Wicked Seed demo. Let's take a look here. Oh, that looks interesting. And yet another game that's like, hey, let's just recreate Claire Redfield into our main character. As far as like the looks with the brown hair and the ponytail and everything. I'll add it to my Steam library. Battle monsters threaten in this blend of survival horror and turn-based action RPG. Customize and upgrade equipment. Okay, that sounds neat.
Resident Evil 5.
Alright, let's go into Resident Evil 5. Let's see. Episodes, chapter select. Alright, what would be a good chapter to select? Very end of the game? Yeah, I don't think so. Ooh, I know what we should do. Not special settings. Extra content. I've heard that Lost in Nightmares is kind of glitchy and performance weird on PS4. A friend told me about that not that long ago. So let's test Lost in Nightmare. Do you think someone would find this game if I hosted it? Let's just wait a couple minutes and see what happens. If no one joins in 5 minutes, we're just gonna do it solo. Sir Demon says, I didn't try the demo on the Steam Deck yet, but did play it for over an hour on my laptop. It was really good. Well, that's cool. I'm going to... I think I have my Steam Deck somewhere around here on my desk. So I'll go ahead and have it install on my Steam Deck, if I have enough room for it. This is a Stellar Blade demo. Probably going to be at the very bottom. We can see demo. Only 8 gigabytes. Okay, that's good. I've got plenty of that on my Steam Deck. No game sessions. That's fine. Let's just start Lost in Nightmares on normal. And we'll see how it plays. Because, I mean, this is how I'm going to play the game
received intel as to the whereabouts of Umbrella's founder,
when I get to this game in my Let's Play channel series.
Jill and I were ordered by the BSAA's European headquarters to apprehend him. We accepted that mission in the hopes of uncovering some info that would lead us to Wesker.
Because I'm still on Resident Evil Outbreak there, so it's going to be a while. Cutscenes look okay.
Come in. We're at the
Now let's dive into gameplay. Alright, gameplay looks good so far. Come on, Joe, let's go. Because basically these games are going to just be straight up 60 FPS now.
found some men down. Judging by their wounds, it looks like they were physically assaulted. I figure they're probably Spencer's security. Lord only knows what killed them.
Roger that. We knew this mission wouldn't be a cakewalk. Use extreme caution.
Hey, Master of Unlocking, you want to unlock that? Hey. 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 Master of Unlocking. No? Okay. Alright, good. That played well. Let's go into the main game so we can actually have a decent number of enemies after us. Ooh, actually, we could do mercenaries. That would work. Let's do single player. Let's just pick someplace. Hopefully like a more open area. I guess public assembly would be fine. Let's go to our girl Rebecca Chambers because of the anniversary DLC they added to mercenaries here. Okay, let's see how it runs when we got a bunch of enemies running after us.
I'm in a chopper headed to your position now. Take down as many enemies as you can before I arrive. You'll get a special bonus if you defeat multiple enemies in a row.
Okay. Ooh, special bonus if I defeat. Back, you fiend! Oh, I love that. Just like interacting with the ladder just knocks them all back. Ooh, it feels good. Yeah, this feels good. What else we got? We got a shotgun. Good. Oh no, this is nice. I can definitely see why people like this. Running at 60 FPS on Switch 2. You missed! What we got? We got grenades, we got... yeah... got a fui grenade. Hey, you guys missed. I didn't even move and you guys still missed. Okay, no, this is good stuff. This is fantastic. How dare you? How dare you? Beery at 507, can you test No More Heroes 3? I don't own No More Heroes 3, so I cannot test that, unfortunately. All right, that was good. That was good stuff. They wanted... Let's not do 4 Resident Evil games. So, Resident Evil 6 probably plays the same. So let's pop into one of the Revelations games. Let's pop into Rev 2. And we'll test that. But 5, fantastic. Because I feel like the vast majority of these games are going to be just fantastic. So we're going to Resident Evil Revelations 2, which honestly I like. I love this game so much. Let's see where we were in the main campaign. Episode 4, Barry. Episode clear. Okay. Okay. Let's get Claire's sniper uniform, Moira's survivor, Barry's classic, Natalia's default. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I got basically this whole game memorized at this point. Surf Demons raid mode will be good tests on Switch 1. It's almost a slideshow. What? I don't remember that. I feel like raid mode plenty on that, on this. But we'll fine. We'll go into raid mode. And we'll do a little bit in raid mode. Maybe in the later missions of raid mode. All right, let's choose character. Okay, the only ones we've really done anything with are Jill, Wesker, and Moira. We'll use Wesker. What do you have? You have a sniper rifle and a shotgun? Okay. Let's give you level 14 Samurai Edge and then the shotgun. I think that'll be fine. All right, let's see where we are in raid mode. We got dailies. I guess we could do the daily mission for do the regular daily mission. Recommended level 15, which we are level 15. Okay. All right, let's start with the daily mission, and then we'll go from there. Surf Demon it says run in slow motion fairly often. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and start. If this has a bunch of those Revelations 1's enemies, I'm gonna be very upset. All right, but let's see. Let's take a look. So here's our daily mission in raid mode. All right, looks good so far. Feels good so far. What do we got? We got the regular running guys from Revelations 2's campaign. Come on, punch him! Ah! How dare you? I will slash you with my knife. Take that. What just... I won't run out of the way. Need to get the flow back into playing this game. There we go. He's been taken care of. Frame rates seem to hold up during all of that chaos. Let's go to the next area. What we got? Handgun ammo, good. While we're running around the airport. I heard something spawn. There we go. I'll punch him. How dare you? I got a good headshot on him. It was before he started moving. So game was like, no, no, you don't get. You do not get the stun there. Or there. Oh, a frozen enemy. That's not great. There we go. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Ooh, no, they got the poison field too? That is not fantastic. For us? Okay, no one's sneaking up on me. Let's just reposition. There we go. Oh, that was not good. Man. A lot of this because I haven't played this game in a while. Because I normally can go through a lot of raid mode missions without having to heal at all. This has got a fair amount of stuff to it. Which is good. 18 enemies left. 17 enemies left. How dare you? Trying to dodge away from my punch. All right. Starting to get a little low on handgun ammo. Surf Demon, this game is super cheap on Steam right now. Deadly Premonition 2 is 95% off as well, too. Oh, that's cool. Oh, yeah, Deadly Premonition is one of the games that people were trying to get Digital Foundry to test on Switch 2. And they kept saying, I don't have that. That was a very entertaining live stream that they did. I heard something spawn in. Where? Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh, did you see that guy running? Alright, only got 22 shots left in the pistol. Look at all these little, like, tiny versions of the, of that guy, of the big guy with the axe. Okay, we got lucky there. To not be in the middle of splash damage. Alright, that's all I got for the pistol. Okay, you're gonna follow me down here, right? There you are. Alright, 8 enemies left. All right, 6 enemies left. Okay, almost done. Okay, this is going well so far. Solid Python finally made it. RTG, I have great stress points for both 5 and 6. That mode spawns tons of enemies on screen and tank the most. Okay. Because what we did earlier in RE5, we did a little bit of Lost in Nightmares, and we did a little bit of the first stage in normal Mercenaries mode. Alright, we can go ahead and end it, or we could handle whatever's left. I normally like to do the genocide, or whatever it's called, where we take out all of the enemies for the level. Got 3 left. Alright, all that's left is you. Okay, we're done. Cool. Alright, let's go ahead and finish this daily mission. So, did you know you cheat the no-heal condition in this? Well, I won't get that because obviously I healed. But it's fine. It's whatever. We got level 16 though. Ooh, and level 17. We get level 18 too. Heck yeah, dude. And level 19. Man, we got a lot from this daily mission. And we got level 20. Sweet. Mission complete. Yes, thank you. Ooh, and we got another thing here. Let's see what we got. We got smokescreen bottle or firebomb. We'll do firebomb bottle. Equip. And we'll upgrade that to level 2. Max health, melee master. $18, $19, $20. So max health thing is maxed out. And we'll just do a couple upgrades there. Just, you know, for the next time we play raid mode. All right, now let's go back to what Solid Python said earlier. So, Mercenaries in No Mercy mode in both Resident Evil 5 and 6 spawns absolutely tons of enemies on screen and tanks the most. We already tested 5, so let's go into 6 to test that. And listen to the absolutely fantastic title screen music. Because I know a lot of people hate Resident Evil 6. But I really like its title screen music. Because, I mean, I'll admit that I don't absolutely love Resident Evil 6. it is one of the games that I never went back to replay. Because I have gone back and replayed pretty much every Resident Evil game I've ever played. Except 6 and 7. Yeah, I just love this music. I think it's great. Soul Python says in Resident Evil 5's version of No Mercy, there are 400 enemies! Well, I hope you're ready for me to fail spectacularly when we go into this. Mercenaries, No Mercy. Anything we can do in skill settings? You can now purchase new skills. Alright, we can get... Alright, so we got Eagle Eye. Hello. Item drop increase. And we can pick something to grab here. We have 81,000. So what do we have here? We have easier to pull off combos. Time award increases time for combo bonus. Points earned for 50 combos. Power quick shots. Power counters. When life gauge is low, increases strength of physical attacks, but the power of firearms is greatly reduced. Let's get this. Preemptive strike. Dying breath greatly increases attack power when dying. Increase the potency of medical tablets. Sure. And we'll pick one. We'll pick Target Master. Alright, so let's see. Solid Python says, I love all mainline RE games, including 6. Screw the haters. Yeah. Like, I don't hate 6. I enjoyed my time with 6 when I played it on Steam and here on Switch. But I've just never gone back to really replay it. Because normally when I go through a Resident Evil game, I'll go through it, and then I'll immediately go through it again, like to unlock things. I just have never done that with 6 or 7. All right, well let's try it. I suppose it probably doesn't matter where we do. Urban Chaos wouldn't be bad since it's a it'll have a bunch of town buildings. Certain Team says, I personally think 5 and 6 are the best because of the co-op. The co-op is fun. And Bert says 6 is my favorite. Love the combat system. All right, I'm gonna say Urban Chaos is probably fine. We'll pick Leon. And we'll see what happens. So apparently there's going to be like 40 characters on screen at one time. Something absurd and crazy. So let's see how the performance holds up. Alright, performance seems pretty good so far. What do we have available? Shotgun, wing shooter, okay. Let's just waltz around for a minute. Let these enemies kind of migrate over to where we are. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, probably a half a dozen here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, probably about a dozen around us now. Oh, this arcade's cool. I like that. I'm not gonna wander too far away from these guys, though. Okay, that's a pretty decent amount of enemies. Probably getting close to 20 now. And a really big, and a lot less now. You know, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I don't think I ever played mercenaries in this game. Look at that absurdity. Back, you fiends. Oh, right. I ran out of time. No, I don't want to connect to the leaderboards. All right, we'll try it. We'll try another one in a different location. The frame rate looked like it held up. Let's go to Creature Workshop. Sounds like an amazing place to be. Yeah, Solid Python seems to be holding up great. Yeah, we'll jump into this next area and actually realistically play it. What do you have, Chris? You have Lightning Hawk, Combat Knife, and an Assault Rifle.
That mission's so easy.
You know, the thing that I liked about 6 was the gameplay, because they finally allowed you to, they finally let you move while you were aiming down the sights. I feel like that's the really... Honestly, I really think that's probably the only real reason that the original Resident Evil 4 feels clunky. Man, look at all these guys. We're out of... There we go. Punch him! Look at this huge group. And the frame rate seems to be holding up nicely. Excuse me, guys. I need over there. I need to jump down here. Okay, there we go. What else we got? We got hand grenades. Okay. Here you go. All right. Is there anything else? Here's some stuff we can pick up. Let's go and reload this. No, this play is playing nicely. Four, 3, 2, 1, and done. Juggy says Switch 2 have issue with battery life. Oh, so we talked. We went over that at the beginning of the stream. We'll there is a fix for the Switch 2 not displaying battery readings correctly, where you put it into recovery mode and restart it. But as I said with that earlier, you know, there is Nintendo's claim of 2 to 6.5 hours of battery time is accurate. Just, you know, most Switch 2 games are within the 2-hour range, and then Switch 1 games are outside of Pokemon Violet are pretty much in the 3 to 6 hour range. All right. Well, that worked out pretty well. That worked out nicely. Solid Python says, man, I can't wait for them to bring all RE Engine games to Switch with Requiem as well, hopefully. Yeah, that would be great. Because, you know, I am not testing those cloud games. I do not care. Like, I love the RE Engine games, especially the Resident Evil 2 and 4 remakes. Which Capcom had better bring those games over natively to Switch 2. If they don't, I will be very upset. Alright, well that's good. That was our test of Resident Evil 6. Okay, I don't think we have any more horror games here to test. I know that someone wanted me to test the... Actually, hold on. Do I have Resident Evil 0 installed on my Switch 1? No, I don't. Okay. Okay. Because I know that game notoriously had bad load times. Alright. Surf Demon, there would be no need to test cloud games anyways. It depends on your internet, not the hardware. Right. And the Switch 2 does have better Wi-Fi than the Switch 1 does. And the Joy-Cons also, FYI, have better signal. Because, like, whenever I'm on my projector and I'm, like, sitting relatively close to my dock and I'm playing games, like, with my Joy-Cons just kind of, like, sitting in my lap, a lot of times the Joy-Cons of the Switch 1 would lose connection from time to time and not work. And I would have to, like, move my hand closer to the Switch to reconnect it. Switch 2 doesn't do that, at least so far. Alright, so let's see. What else was requested? The Diablo 3 was requested really just for load times. I'm trying to think of what else runs at an unlocked frame rate here. Trials of Mana does. So we could look at Trials of Mana for a few minutes. So Trials of Mana had an unlocked frame rate, but I think the Switch version kind of struggled to ever reach 60. So we'll dive into that for a few minutes. Okay, here's Contra Network. I'm looking up on to see the frame rate test. Oh yeah, it was like in the 30s always in on the Switch version of this. But really, all remakes 2, 3, 4 for $60.69. I doubt that's what they're gonna do, but you know, that's wishful thinking. Solid Python, Switch 2 backwards compatibility is pretty amazing. You're not gonna lie, it makes every game you own just better. Yeah, pretty much. This is probably a good one to test. Like my top save file in here is like New Game Plus, where one character is like massively over leveled compared to everything else. So let's take a look at this. Man, look at that. Look at that. That's wonderful. That's a wonderful 60 FPS. Back, you fiends. I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Hello? Oh! Alright. So the time of day changed, and I saw a little bit of stuttering in that animation. But now we're back to 60 FPS and doing well. That's kind of like what we saw earlier with Fairy Fencer F, where we got a lot of stutters transitioning from the world map into dungeons or into battle. But once you were there, it was just a beautiful 60 FPS. Let's see. We're supposed to be going up that way. Alright, so let's just go where the story wants us, and we'll just...
Hostile entity! Be careful!
just see how performance holds up. I'm assuming it'll hold up just fine. This is wonderful.
I feel like I could defeat any enemy.
Because the game still looks pretty good too. It's like can we zoom in on the characters? Not really that much. But you know, those models look pretty decent. You don't see a bunch of jagged edges or anything.
Clear your way. Leave it to me. Come on.
Oh, we can swap characters. So we can do Miss Mage. What do you have?
Barely broke a sweat. Come on.
Don't keep me waiting. I don't have time for this.
But no, this is fantastic.
All right. You wish.
And looked like the frame rate held up during the skill animation as well.
Of course we won.
Oh, yeah, we won.
Clear your way. Leave it to me.
Are you challenging me?
I can't get enough of this power.
This is really, like I said earlier, this is really just a benefit for every developer who made a Switch game that had an unlocked frame rate. Because all of their games now run at 60 FPS. Because, you know, like, all of those developers could look at their games and, you know, immediately just advertise, you know, Trials of Mana on Nintendo Switch now running at 60 frames per second. And, you know, stuff like that. There we go. Surf Demon minus Mugen Souls. Right. Yeah, we did discover that earlier in the stream. In Mugen Souls 1, if you go into a battle, it crashes the game. But Mugen Souls Z is fine. So Python, I think I remember it right. Ni no Kuni has unlocked frame rate as well. Yes, it does. Ni no Kuni 2 does have an unlocked frame rate, so it is going to be a 60 FPS game here as well. Beria 507, do you have Immortal Phoenix Rising? I don't. I did review Immortal Phoenix Rising, but I had a physical copy of that game. All right, so this is wonderful. I can double check, but I'm pretty sure I only had that physically when I reviewed it. I think that was one of the early ones that I got. Yeah, it's not in here. Goes straight from I Am Setsuna to Inertial Drift and Infernium. Yeah, because I got that. Let's see. I think that was one of the first rentals I did from Gamefly. But no, that's fantastic. I'm trying to think of any other games that are unlocked, because Dark Souls Remastered is locked. Diablo 3 was already running at 60 FPS on Switch 1. Doom 3 was already running at 60. Fitness Boxing 3 has been updated to be 60 FPS, which is fantastic. The Switch 2 version of Fortnite runs at 60 FPS. Oh yeah, and there's Lollipop Chainsaw. I've heard Lollipop Chainsaw runs amazingly on the Switch 2. I actually just bought that yesterday because it was on sale. So let's take a look at Lollipop Chainsaw. Served. Let's see. Solid Python says, "I'm sure the outliers will get fixed and patched soon." Yes, I'm sure they will. And who did Mugen Souls? Was it East Asia Soft? If it was East Asia Soft, I might send them an email because they're pretty open to communication. They are. Give me a second and I will send them.
Welcome to my bedroom. Don't think that me letting you in here is an invitation for any funny stuff. I mean, not that I have a problem with funny stuff. Especially not if you really like the person.
I remember wanting to get this game when it first came out, and it was like horribly optimized. So I thought, you know what? When they optimize it, then I'll go ahead and grab that. And then, you know, Switch 2 comes out. It's optimized now.
These are my.
All right, press it. East Asia Soft. Game start.
Yes.
So I will, actually, I'm gonna...
Welcome.
Okay, now let's watch the cutscene again. The very lewd cutscene again.
An invitation for any funny stuff. I mean, not that I have a problem.
Solid Python says the other great upgrade you get from backwards compatibility is that the games with dynamic resolution scaling will now run at the highest resolution target at all times. That is nice. Alright, so let me write a email.
My birthday. I'm 18 today. These are my girls on the San Romero cheer squad. We've gone to the Nationals 3 years in a row. But we haven't won yet. Ugh. To keep my energy up, I eat lollipops. I know what you're thinking. I'm getting so...
I remember East Asia Soft even responded to my email when I asked them
This is my family. My older sister
why Tokyo Clanpool had to be censored on Switch and PC.
She has a lot of secret meetings with guys I think
So they'll
are
probably at
friends.
least read this.
My little sister Rosalind just got her license, which makes me kind of think the DMV are idiots. My girlfriends say my dad is a total dilf. But try as they might, they could never come between him and my mom. She is so cool. It's because of her, my sisters and I all wear our vaginas proudly. God, she and my dad love each other so much. Speaking of true love, this is my boyfriend, Nick. It F's me up how much I really like him. My family's throwing me a birthday party after school. Nick is totally freaked out having to meet my family for the first time. But I'm even more freaked out for him to find out about my family. Because even though they're the most amazing ever, some of our traditions are a little... unusual. Nick's already so sweet to never complain about my ginormous fat butt. If he finds out I'm the #1 world's biggest weirdo, he might not stick around. I'd be so sad. I think I'd seriously cry forever. Oh no! I'm totally late! I was supposed to meet him before school!
I'm almost done with the email now.
I hope Nick isn't mad. That's about the worst thing that could ever happen!
All right, let's see. Let's go into options here. Anything, any graphical stuff we can do here? Nope. We got display. That is not display. That is, oh, yeah, okay. Whatever. All right, let's go ahead and dive into the game. Let's see. Solid Python says Ninja Gaiden 2 and great examples of the dynamic resolution thing. And now it's on Switch, it's a constant 1080p 60 FPS. That's fantastic. And Surf Demon says Tokyo Playable plays great on the Steam Deck, as does Breath of Fire 4. Yeah, you get those zombies.
Seriously? Dude. The hell? And on my birthday, too! Like we're not already late enough! Gross!
Alright, there we go. Got the email written out and sent to East Aegis-Soft, so hopefully they'll see it and maybe we'll get a patch sometime soon. This is such a wacky game. I'm glad that I saw that it was on sale yesterday. Juliet Starling. Total. Okay. You don't want to show me? Okay, that's fine. There's a little bit of a blur on the model, but...
irritating.
Okay, alright. The flow looks good so far. This is absurdity.
Jeez, it sucks when things explode. I need to find Nick.
Oh, look at this. This is
How to cook zombies?
so...
Awesome.
This game's always been so wacky. This plays nicely. Quite nicely. I am so glad that they did backwards compatibility like this, where it can just brute force older games to run better. Because, you know, that's probably gonna lead to a lot of people who bought a Switch 2 to go back to Switch 1 games that they didn't play because of the performance. Like, I'm sure a lot more people are gonna actually go in and give Pokemon Scarlet and Violet a chance now that they run at 60 FPS. So this is what a great situation this is. Can we break this? Nope.
Be safe or be sorry. Hold it right there.
Yeah, hold it right there.
Jerks. I'll help you.
Take this, zombies. I remember when I first saw this game's box art when the original version came out, and I'm like, that is so absurd and crazy. I love it. Just a cheerleader with heart special effects as she beats up and beheads zombies with a chainsaw. You okay, buddy boy?
I'm still alive.
Pretty zombie medals.
Thanks, kid. Really great work. See if you can get anyone else out.
Be careful.
Surf Demon says, if I recall, there was a trophy on the PS3 and 360 to accidentally look up her skirt. Oh, you mean like literally just now?
Whoa, zombies suck
Oh,
at
you mean
ticket
doing...
driving.
There's probably like a ladder or something. Oh, look at her. That's a fun little idle animation. Let's see, rescued status, select, okay. And there's a photo mode. I literally just wondered, I wonder if there's a photo mode for this game. And there literally is. Let's look at her model. The model looks pretty good. Is there a... Where is the hide UI? There we go. Okay, there's a decent amount. You don't really see many jagged edges. Even the chainsaw looks pretty good model-wise. And, you know, zoomed out is we really see her from like right around here. Okay, let's go ahead and exit photo mode. No, this is great. And we're off. Can we break anything? Oh, yeah, we can. There's money in those trash cans. Oh, this is fantastic. This is so fantastic. We'll go a little bit further in Lollipop.
Should be revoked, bro.
I'll rip out your taint.
Oh, great. This isn't gonna be as easy as I thought. Hey, perv! Don't be looking at my skirt.
Hey, perv, don't be looking at my skirt. They know exactly what they're doing. They knew exactly what they were doing with this game. What's over here? Oh, we can jump over it.
Just don't move. I'll take care of him. No big whoop.
No big whoop. What a wonderful game. What a wonderfully fantastic game to have on a handheld. Soul Python says it feels surreal to finally have more powerful Nintendo hardware that runs games so well. A little bit of a stutter there as we were transitioning into the bus.
Come on, get away from me.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Oh, R is used for the camera. Don't be a perv and look up skirts. Which I'm assuming here is where most people got that achievement. Where it says, oh, well, if you're telling me not to do it, then we're gonna do it right now. Obviously, the Switch version doesn't have achievements.
My favorite president is Warren G. Harding.
Oh, thanks for the money.
Fuck off! Get away!
It's so rad to save somebody's life.
Oh, and she covers it up. This is probably where the achievement would spark. That's fun. That is so much fun. Because a lot of games, you know, a lot of loot games would just let you do it, not, you know, call so much attention to it. Oh, this is so much fun. Solid Python, is the recording resolution improved? I don't know. We can look at it. Ooh, actually, hold on. Alright, so we can see how she looks right here. So let's record. Now, I have heard that the recording resolution is game dependent. So you see how she looks here. Now let's watch the recording we just made. It's definitely lower. It's got more blur to it. So it's not native. It looks okay, I guess. But yeah, imagine this type of game running at 120 FPS. You know what? I really, honestly, I really don't care about 120 FPS. Like, 60 FPS is just better than I expect out of a handheld. Because, you know, all those games like Metroid Prime 4 and everything is like, oh, look, it can run at 120 FPS as well, and I'm just like, that's great.
Fuck off! Get away!
I don't really care about it, to be honest. Because this is, you know, it's a handheld. Because a lot of handheld fans don't care about ultra high, you know, performance minimums or anything like that. That's why people are so amazed at how at all of this backwards compatibility stuff. It's like, oh my gosh, it's all of this stuff is running at 60 FPS on a handheld. That's amazing. Lollipop says, if it's game dependent, talking about the recording clips, then Switch 1 games probably record at their Switch 1 recording targets. Probably. Starting to struggle a little bit there, Juliet, but that's fine. Oh, there's one more. I mean a lot more.
Speed is for suckers.
And there goes the head.
Fantastic job, kid.
Glad you made it, pilot dude.
Oh, yep. That's one way to rescue them.
Hold on, it's too dangerous. I'll meet you in the square. Get off me, you bastard! Oh shit! Tell my wife
Oh no, he crashed over by the school and is probably dead.
And is probably dead.
Just a second.
Hey, it's Mom, Juliet. Hope you're taking care of yourself. Don't do anything stupid, okay?
Oh, Mom. Alright, cool. Well, I'm going to say that's good for Lollipop Chainsaw. That was running fantastic. Seraph Demon, hearing Twilight Sparkle saying that is wild. That is funny. Because that's the voice actors. Let me see. Let's see how many videos I have here. Filter by videos. Do I have any crap? I don't have any videos from the Switch 1 because the transfer thing for the I didn't transfer the screenshots and stuff over. Well, I guess we can't test that then. Because, I mean, obviously we could look at Switch 2 games and see how the recording is there, but I'm sure that it's probably like Solid Python is guessing, where it's probably just recording at the resolution that it's set to record on Switch 1. Solid Python's No More Heroes 3 must be locked to 60 FPS now as well. I believe it is, based off of like what I've read online. Let me pull up my email. I'm sure that East Asia Soft hasn't responded to me already. No, they haven't. All right, so what other games ran pretty badly on Switch? Oh yeah, I wanted to try Persona 5 Royal. Let's play that for a little bit. So it's 1:43. We've been streaming for about 4 hours now. We don't need to connect to the network for that. That's fine. Now, just to let you know, I'm not very far into Persona 5. Like, I'm like 20, 30 minutes into the game right now. Because I just never got to it. I just never got to it after when all three of those games came out, because I played... You know, I played Personas 3 and 4 and loved them all over again. And I just never got to play Persona 5. I think I started to, and I just went on to other things. All right, I'm going to get some more water, and then we will dive into this and see how performance is in Persona 5. All right, I'm back just as the idle thing takes it to something else. That's fine. Sorry about that noise. Hello? I'm hitting buttons. Can you take me to the main screen? Thank you. Now, like I said earlier, I'm not very far into this game, so we probably have to do a few things before we even see combat. As that save file suggests. So we can already see the higher frame rate just from like walking around here. Where's the exit? Is the exit up here? This is our little room. All right, ringing downstairs. Oh, there's the stairs. I didn't see them right away. At that little corner of the room. Hola!
Hey.
Who is this?
Have you forgotten my voice already? It's Sakura. Anyway, it's too much trouble for me to come back just for that.
Okay, got it.
I doubt that I have to. It's a person. I'm glad.
Many were wounded in the subway derailment accident. That's great. Beeria 507, do you have Persona 5 Strikers? Like a Muso game? I do not. It came out before I even... Because I still haven't played through... I still have not played through Persona 5 on any platform. So, you know, I thought, well, this is a Persona 5 side game, so I'm not gonna, you know, dive into that before I've played Persona 5 proper. Sleep. I mean, you can already tell. Load times are short. The flow of just walking around is a lot better. I thought I erased that. I should probably reboot my phone just in case. Solid Python says, I'm surprised by how many free upgrades Nintendo is providing. Yes, there are paid ones like Zelda, but they're updating a lot of exclusives at no cost, with Splatoon 3 being the latest one. Oh yeah, absolutely. Pretty much all of the Mario games got updates. The Fitness Boxing games got updated as well. Fitness Boxing 3 was 30 FPS before, and now it runs at 60. I was actually surprised because I booted up Fitness Boxing 3
Hey, hold on a minute.
at night to do my daily exercise, and I looked at how the character was moving. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Is this 60 FPS now? Wow.
Here, I'll feed you. What?
Solid Python, Link's Awakening, and Echoes of Wisdom as well. Oh yeah, that's right. Because Digital Foundry tested Link's Awakening during their initial live stream, and they went to a bunch of like the bad stuttery areas, and it's not stuttery anymore.
Oh yeah, and flip this. Don't forget now. You better.
All right, let's go. Okay, it's already flipped. Okay, cool. Let's go, because look at how fast this game runs now.
Someone else spoke of that as well.
The station should be in the opposite direction. All right, fine. Let's look at the map. Station. All right, let's go. Oh, right, where we initially came from. Which, I mean, those upgrades are really nice. Especially since Echoes of Wisdom had those little frame drops in the very beginning of the game. Like when you're going through the initial dungeon, still playing as Link before the actual adventure starts.
Shibuya. This is Shibuya. Train doors are now closing.
Let's go to our school. I wanted to go through more of this. Change to the Giza line.
Shibuya. This is Shibuya. Train doors are now closing.
But I wanted to get farther in this game before we got started, just because not that side, maybe this side. Just to have more like dungeon exploration and stuff. Change to Giza line. But you know, like I was doing a bunch of the battery tests last night, trying to get all 15 of those games tested before, so I could talk about it on stream today.
A lot's been going on.
This isn't some joke.
The JL ticket gates are just past here. I'm supposed to transfer to Geek. It looks like I'm on the wrong side. Well, at least it's nice when with the game telling us we're going the wrong way when they got these larger areas for us to run around. Underground walkway. Giza line gate. Solo Python, Sega is the only real jerk of the Switch. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Not offering an upgrade path for Sonic Generations. Yeah, that is a load of crap. Because at first, we thought that's what was going to happen with Hogwarts Legacy on Switch 2, but then suddenly they said, oh no, if you have Hogwarts Legacy on the Switch, all you have to do... Ooh, is there food here? All you have to do is pay $10 for the upgrade fee. Which is nice. But then Sega says, oh no, you have to buy the whole game again. So like all of you guys can just deal with it. It's like, oh, you want Sonic Generations? Oh, well, you're gonna have to deal with paying the full price again.
Did it say it was going to rain today?
Huh.
It just started all of a sudden.
Never mind.
It's just, you know, it's just a load of garbage. Hopefully, more people just do upgrade paths. You know, like Hogwarts Legacy, Fantasy Life, Zelda, and all that, where you're only paying like $10 or you know, $3 in the example of, you know, Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life was like $60 on Switch, and the upgrade fee was only like $3 or $4. Let's see, Surf Demon. Missed a message from me above for a game you might like. Oh yeah, the global network test for the Dragon Ball MOBA goes live today and tomorrow on everything other than Xbox. For Dragon Ball, oh yeah, for Squadra, for Project Multi, I think it was called before. Oh yeah, I didn't know that that was coming to Switch as well. I just remember it being announced during State of Play, I think. Switch, PS4, PS5, Steam, iOS, Android. Okay. Yeah, I knew it was a thing.
You want me to give you a ride to school? You're gonna be late.
Sure, thank you.
Do you need a lift too?
Nah.
No, I don't need a lift. But yeah, I am a Dragon Ball fan. I play pretty much every handheld Dragon Ball game.
Damn it! Screw that perfect teacher. Perfect teacher? Huh?
I'm assuming it's not on the eShop yet.
What do you want?
What do I want? What do you mean? Surf Team, I got into the test last year and it was good. It played perfectly on the Steam Deck too. That's good. All right, I don't see it on the eShop yet, so I'll look for it when the network test goes live. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about. I just want to leave so we can get some different kinds of gameplay. Oh, good. We've been arrested.
There was a terrible subway accident that day. You remember it, don't you?
Oh, right. This was part of the intro of the game.
Psychotic breakdown incidents.
I might.
You say that like it's none of your business. It was all over the news, and one of the victims included a teacher at your high school.
It goes live on the 12th at 6 a.m. UTC. Okay, so that's tomorrow.
Still an ordinary student? Let me change the question. You transferred to Shujin Academy, correct? An ordinary prep school that could be found in any city. That's what it should have been. What happened?
So, you know, there's a little bit of blurring on the models a little bit still here, but unless battles don't play well, everything seems better here. Go ahead and skip the big cinematic stuff.
Weird. Where's the school?
Where are we?
This should be the school. Out of service. Where'd we end up? The sign was for the school, right? Right?
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Man, your costume's impressive. Is that armor real? Come on, don't just stand there, say... Hey.
What is this?
Dude, I don't know. This shit's real. Calm down. We gotta run.
Okay.
Stop standing around and run. What's with these guys? The hell you think?
Take the...
You know, or not.
Hey.
Oh, hello. Are we in jail? We'll just fast forward through this a little bit.
Come on, man. Hey.
Area 507, do I have Darksiders Genesis? No, I do not. I have Darksiders 1 and 3. Yeah, because I think Darksiders 2 that I played was a physical copy.
Huh? Wait. Is that you, Kamoshida?
Where'd your energy from earlier go? A peasant like you isn't worth beating.
All right. Yep, sorry, Area 507. I never really had that big of a urge to go and get Darksiders Genesis.
What? Don't you dare tell me you don't know who I am. That look in your eyes irritates me. Hold him there. After the peasant, it's his turn to die. No, I don't want to die!
This is truly an unjust game. Your chances of winning are almost...
So Python says Mortal Kombat 11 and 1 now run. Great on Switch 2 as well. Loading is much faster too. That's fantastic.
What's the matter? Are you simply going to watch? Are you forsaking him to save
I remember playing Mortal Kombat 11 on there. I never got Mortal Kombat 1. I remember the disaster of a launch it had on Switch. Absolute disaster. Area 507, I know that Ni no Kuni 2 has uncapped frame rate. Yes, it does. And Borderlands 3, that's true. Yeah, Borderlands 3 was great because in some areas it was already running at like 40 FPS on Switch 1. And people were like, oh, this is really impressive.
I am the pillager of Twilight. Arsene!
What the?
I am the rebel soul that resides within you, if you so desire. I shall consider granting you the power to break through this crisis. Who the hell are you? Guard! Start by killing that one! You'll learn the true strength!
Alright, combat, finally. Ooh, combat looks pretty good. The models look good.
This power of mine is yours. Kill them however you want. Run wild.
Okay, so let's use a skill. Ooh, this looks good so far.
With this power.
Transitions look good too.
What?
Oh, cool. We got gameplay again now, too.
For real?
Yes, for real.
Yeah.
Okay, this is looking. This is getting even better now. Surf Demon, and if you skipped nothing, it would take around 2 hours to get here. That's why I skipped things. I know how these games go. I'm thinking, like, if we want to get to gameplay, it's gonna be a while.
Yeesh, can we really? On the other hand. Whoa.
I knew that it was going to be a hot minute to get to any sort of gameplay in a Persona game that I was only 20-30 minutes into.
Damn it.
But this is working really nice. One game that I hope does get a patch is the Metal Gear Solid Essentials the Metal Gear Solid collection, because those games still run at 30 FPS, and those would be wonderful to be updated to 60, especially 2 and 3.
And again. Whoa.
Beria 507, do you have any LEGO games for the test? I sure do. Once we go a little bit in here, I have LEGO, I mean, I own most LEGO games for the Switch. But I currently have LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga installed that we can test.
The hell? Huh? Huh?
There's a bridge up there and something else. Hey, frizzy hair, look over here. Oh, look at him, he's so cute. You better not be lying.
Well.
All right, let's follow the little cat thing.
What do you...
And we got a bridge.
Oh, shit!
All right, it's fine. All right, now we'll do another battle.
Damn shadows. They've taken up intercept positions. Looks like it's not about capturing us anymore. I'll back you up.
It's time.
All right, let's try cleave. That looks good too. I'm assuming that everything's just gonna be good here.
Strike at an. That's the most basic of basic.
Weaknesses on one more.
Come on. Witness my resolve.
Sona, you're mine.
With this power.
No, this plays remarkably well now. I remember people were complaining so long wanting Persona 5 on Switch. People were saying that's never going to happen, and then it did happen. It wasn't perfect on Switch 1, but it happened.
Now then.
Oh, let me teach you how to use the system. Here's how you use the menu.
No.
All right. Well, I think we've seen enough Persona 5 to say that it's really nice now. So let's go ahead and close out of that. Drink some water real quick. Surf Demon says, let's see. So that's the main reason I'm struggling to play Persona 5 Royal when I've done all this and more on the original game. Oh yeah, because it's so lengthy and long. I can understand that, because replaying a game like that is just a gigantic undertaking. Because if you want to do everything, do all the side quests and all the other stuff, it's like, yep, this is going to be another 100 hours or so. Let's see. Solid Python says, Konami has a 40-minute presentation tomorrow. Really hope they announce some Switch 2 stuff. Okay. All right. So now, since 507 did mention Lego, let's make sure it's updated. But let's play Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. Now, I'm pretty sure this does not have an uncapped frame rate. I'm pretty sure it's locked. But we'll dive into it and see how it runs. I believe I have a save file around the Death Star trench run, which I believe is one of the more performance heavy areas of the game. So we'll go into that and we'll see how things go. So Python, even if it's locked, it should be an upgrade. Since LEGO games love to chug. Yes, they do. We don't need to see this intro with Ray.
I need someone to show me my place in all this.
Surf Team says, I didn't finish P5, but put over 100 hours into it and did multiple main story dungeons, so having to do them again, despite there being some new bits here and there, is rough. Let's see, I remember Lego Marvel 2 chugged a lot and Switch 1 during open world. Depending on how big that game is, let me look real quick, because I know I own that game. Alright, where are you at? Control. Oh, there's Control's cloud version. The only cloud version I ever enjoyed. We'll see how that goes. All right, let's just continue for now. Obviously, it's not going to download in the background because all of the Switch games that, oh, yep, we are in the trench run. But all of the Switch games that kept you from downloading things in the background still don't let you download things in the background. Oh, right, inverted controls. I'm not used to inverted controls. Okay. Frame rate seems nice and steady so far. Got him! Yeah, because I remember when I tested this game on the Steam Deck, I think someone commented on the video and said, "Hey, how does it run? How does it do the test the trench run, because that's a graphically intensive part of the game." 507, do you have the latest Atelier? Oh, I have every Atelier game that released on the Switch. I love that series.
This space station is huge. Look out for more times moving on your position.
We're being swarmed by TIE fighters.
Alright, here's the bigger, more open areas. Surf Demon says I hate Surf Demon says I hate most Switch games don't let you download at the same time. Yeah, that sucks.
There's so many. I just have to focus.
But no, this is running well so far.
I'll take them myself. Cover me.
Yes, sir.
Look out, kid.
Surf Demon says Blue Reflections 2 was rough. I haven't done much in it. I did test it for a few minutes yesterday.
The central exhaust is closed when the
And it seemed more stable, but I was just running around the base. I did not actually, you know, go into combat and stuff. Oh, and I love the attention to detail where when you're boosting with the X-Wing, it goes into the non-combat formation. But now this is running nice and smooth. Let's do quick level. We'll look at the regular stuff. Solid Python says, from what I noticed, it's usually games that are online that disable background downloading. Majority of single-player stuff should allow you to download it. Yeah. And Beria507 says, can we test Atelier Yumia? Yeah, once we're done here, we'll see if we can test something that doesn't do stuff in the background. That way we can, you know, have stuff downloading in the background. Okay, it seems like the frame rate is holding up out in the open world as well. So this is fantastic. Take this. Go ahead and respawn. I dare you. Alright, so this is good. This is good stuff. I bought Atelier Yumia, right? Yeah, Yumia was one of the first Atelier games that I wasn't given a review code from Koei Tecmo. And I can go to my UK account to look at more Atelier games, but also Blue Reflection. Okay, that's only going to take us about 13 or 14 minutes. So let's take a look at some of the other stuff that people wanted to test that don't necessarily have online components to them. Let's see if Warriors Orochi 4 shuts down the online stuff. Because, you know, pretty much all of the Warriors games had some sort of handheld trouble. Alright. Download's still going. Yeah, Surf Demon says Capcom have confirmed that Resident Evil 9 is playable in both first and third person. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because a lot of people were wondering about that. Let's see, put a team together. Let's see, we got Athena. Look, okay, where's my girl, Kai Wenji? Oh no, she's not here. Maybe not infinity mode then. Download still going? Good. Let's go into story mode. I'm just making sure it was still going in the background, so we were still making progress towards other stuff, those other things to be able to test. There you are. Because I'm pretty sure this was still before Kai Wenji got forever changed in freaking Dynasty Warriors 9 and given like a flail. Let's just do something middle ground. Let's see here. Sure. Just so we can see how gameplay is now. Begin battle! Surf Demon says this released after Dynasty Warriors 9, but because it flopped, they used the Dynasty Warriors 8 version of characters. Well, good. Oh my gosh. This is what I missed from Kai Wenji. The magic harp was so much fun. I was so disappointed when 9 Empires came out on Switch, and it was just, what is this stupid flail? Kai Wenji is a musician. That swaps characters. Okay. Everything's looking good so far. Swap over to Ryu. Then Athena. Athena's probably got a lot of particle effects to her skills. But no, everything's looking good so far. Well, get the Muso gauge back up and use the other character's Muso abilities to see if any cracks appear in the armor. But we haven't seen that many cracks in the armor so far in games, just Mugen Souls crashing on battles. Bits and pieces of little bits of slowdown in Bloodstained. That's such a cool playstyle, like turning people to stone and then attacking them like that. There we go. Now let's go find a group again and let's see. Varia 507. I saw that Monster Hunter Stories 2 runs like crazy now. I have heard that as well. Solid Python says, did you see today that Koei said that Switch 2 is closer to Series S in raw power than PS4? That's what a lot of people were thinking. So that's good for them to kind of like confirm that. Alright, let's take a look at this. There we go. This is what we need to see. The big group ability. Okay, that seemed to hold up just fine. Okay. Okay, this is good. This is good stuff. How dare you? The animation there seemed a little fidgety, like the cinematic animation of all the characters like jumping up and everything. But overall, this looks fantastic. Alright, how are we doing on this? This is almost done. 1 minute left, so let's go ahead and close Warriors Orochi 4. Alright, we will wait for that. I'm going to go ahead and delete a couple of the games that we have already checked. Just so there's free space open for the stuff that we're trying to get installed. Because, like, how much free space do I have right now? I've got a 512 gigabyte card. I've only got about 70 gigabytes of space open right now. So let's go ahead and delete Arc of Alchemist. Darksiders 3. Fairy Fencer F. And that'll probably be enough space. What do you mean 2 minutes left? You just said 1 minute left! Oh, we can make this easier. Give me a second. I'm gonna mute the mic for a second. because I'm going to make a lot of noise, but I do have an Ethernet cable I can plug into the Switch too. All right, all finished. And Surf Demon said, "Wait, you can't archive on the Nintendo Switch 2?" Oh, let me show you what you can do. Let me just find something I don't care about losing for a second. 7 Pirates H. Right here, you can archive. It's this option right here where he says keep home menu icon. So if you have that enabled, it'll archive it. Yeah, as long as you have that little checkbox enabled, which it is enabled by default. I unchecked it when I was moving some stuff around a couple days ago. And Barry 507, do you have Yooka Laylee? I do. We can queue that up. Yooka Laylee is right here. That game did have performance issues on Switch 1. It's only going to take about 8 minutes to download Atelier Yumia, so let's go ahead and test out some open world stuff in Lego Marvel 2. I do remember that game had a tendency to crash on Switch 1. Surf Demon, does that have to be ticked each time, referring to the archive thing? No. It stays that way for each time you do it, because by default, that was enabled. By default, that check mark is checked, so it automatically just goes to archiving. You have to actually go out of your way to uncheck it to be able to, fully delete something. All right, so let's go in and test Lego Marvel 2. I do remember this being the Lego game that had a lot of performance issues. I mean, I really liked it. All right. Let's see what we have with our save data. Load game. A little bit of stuttering going on in the menu here. Oh no, we have a new save on here. Dang it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just see where we are. Surf Demon said, that's great. I like to archive instead of delete so I could see what I had. Surf Demon says, I think Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 didn't run that well on Switch.
Let's go jump through some mystical portals.
All right, do we have a Spooderman here? Yes, we do. Do we have
Might be waiting for us on the other side.
We have a dinosaur. All right, so what we're going to want to do for testing is we want to get either someone who flies or someone who web swings. Oh, there's Spider-Gwen. I know we're in the kind of like condensed version of the open world now, but frame rate seems pretty stable so far. Oh yeah, this is the really condensed version of the open world.
Let's hope it's due.
I am Groot.
So let's do a little bit here. Here's is that Doom's Castle.
I say, brave heroes, might I request some assistance?
Is that tin head talking to us?
All right, we'll get a flyer. Oh no, we can't now. Probably because we're in a story thing. But we'll just see how this performs. Is it still downloading? Crap, it's not. This game uses up too much power.
Wonderful. The castle is this way. Follow me.
So what can you tell us about this Kang character?
Kang is a warrior of the most fearsome ability. My knights and I didn't stand a chance.
Oh well, we'll see how things go.
Well, let's hope we come out
Seems
a
to
little better.
still be holding steady. So Python, I saw a Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 video, and it's now completely locked even during the crazy big attacks. Oh, that's good. That is fantastic.
Yeah, that was a little easy now that you mention it. I guess the real bad guys are waiting for us in the castle.
Beware, my friends. More villains approach.
Alright, even the faster movement with the web swinging seems to go pretty well.
We have arrived. Our foe awaits us in...
Let's see, go to battle arenas, quit game, open map. Is quitting going to take us all the way back to the title screen? I have a feeling it will. Yep, it will. Do we really not have any more slots? That sucks. Alright, well, what little we got of the open world seems to be playing pretty well. So let's close that so it'll get back to downloading things. Let's see if there are any other single-player games that we were requested to test here that probably won't use too much craziness. Solid Python says it's really crazy how WWE 18 went from one of the worst Switch 1 ports to a 60 FPS locked game, but you can't even buy it anymore on the eShop. That is unfortunate. Oh, let's go into Republic Commando. Star Wars Republic Commando played awful on Switch 1. So as long as it doesn't stop downloads, which it is not, good. Then we could probably test this. Because I remember there was an elevator sequence.
Failing. System failure imminent.
Okay, this seems good so far.
Blast those mechanicals.
This feels like 60 FPS. But yeah, this Star Wars Republic Commando played really bad. There were like tons of frame drops everywhere. There was crashing. There was, I remember one segment of this game was a borderline slideshow. Actually, no, I think it actually was a slideshow.
Critical systems failure in 3 minutes.
Nice clean hit, sir.
So this running at 60 FPS is really nice.
Blast those mechanicals.
Because that was one of the first games that I thought of, like, oh yeah, you know what ran badly on Switch 1? Star Wars Republic Commando.
Fixers out. Watch that blaster box.
Here we go, let's go ahead and revive teammate. Don't know what's up about that random thing that keeps snapping the like that.
Taking position.
Snapping the look to a certain area. That's weird.
Critical systems failure in 2 minutes.
Not much time left, sir.
What was that? Huh. Alright, I'm not touching anything. Using left analog stick. I'm just gonna walk back over to where they are. Not gonna touch any buttons except the left analog stick. And it's fine.
Slice that door, Delta. We'll need some cover here.
Surf Demon said I played this back on the original Xbox. I could see this being on the original Xbox.
Whenever you're ready, leader. Move. Troy. Need men. They got the fixer.
Critical systems failure.
And there goes the weird snapping thing with the camera. That's so odd.
Reloading. 6-2 is out. Monsters. 07's down. Someone help him.
I'm helping him. Trying to help him.
I'm ready. Taking fire.
Yeah, the camera's being a little weird. Let me swap. I'm going to swap to the Nintendo Switch 2's Joy-Cons and see if it's my controller or if it's just the game. I'm assuming it's probably just the game. Whoops, my bad. I didn't mean to bump the mic there.
In 30 seconds.
And now I'm by myself. Nope, it's definitely the game. Because now, yeah, because I just snapped and like I was at a point where I couldn't move the analog stick to the right and it just snapped up again. Okay, so it's definitely something going weird with the game itself. Okay.
And 10.
Oh, good.
Sir, it just isn't a good time now.
All right, I think we're good on that. So that seems good. Those internal areas I got a lot of frame drops in. So Republic Commando running at 60 FPS now is fantastic. Now let's go in and test. This. All right, so Solid Python says, weren't Aspire games on the list of games with issues? I swear I read an article saying that they're already preparing Switch 2 patches. That is very possible. Because I can't think of any other Aspire games that I've tested. I really just wanted to test, you know, Republic Commando. Yumia, do you want to go past the loading screen? I'd appreciate it if you went past the loading screen. It's still downloading, that's good. Surf Demon says, speaking of Aspire, they are releasing an enhanced version of Neverwinter Nights 2 on everything next month. I did see that. I actually literally just saw that just now, because I was trying to Google, like, Aspire's, like, stuff with, looking for that patch statement. Let's get a good save here. Here we go. This save file has about 12 hours of content on it. So we'll go in here and see how Atelier Yumia runs, especially in the open world. And let's see. Blue Reflection's only going to be 4 minutes. Man, the download times are so much better on Switch 2. It would have taken my Switch 1 way longer to download all that. Alright, here's some new stuff that was added to the game. Battle Legendary difficulty, camera options, changing the background music. Photo mode, background, additional. This seems fine so far. Let's actually go back to... Let's go to a more open area of the open world. Let's see. Let's go back to an early part of the game. Let's see. Here's the Atelier. Right there, right? So let's fast travel there. What? That was like 2 seconds! That was like maybe 2 seconds to load there. That's amazing. Are we joking? Hold on. We have to fast travel someplace else now. All right, let's fast travel someplace else farther away. Let's go here. Three seconds! Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. I love it so much. Oh my goodness. Wow, that is something. Oh my gosh, Surf Demon says, I hope it's better than the Beamdog port of Neverwinter Nights 1. That console port is rough. And Telepython's like, those SD Express cards are more expensive, but these load speeds are worth it. Yeah, and I'm not even using a high-tier micro SD Express card. At the beginning of the stream, I mentioned that I'm using one of the on-brand ones. You know, the in-house Walmart brand. Because I got one of those 512 gigabyte cards at the store I work at. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Because, I mean, I don't particularly remember the load times being super long in this game for fast travel, but holy crap. Oh good, Blue Reflection 2 is done. Let's see if I mentioned anything in my my review. I did mention that the load times were pretty impressive. Okay, so the load times of the main game were about 5-6 seconds. So that's still halved. So we're still getting... That does seem to be the general consensus here, that load times for games are generally just halved. Alright, let's just run around into this area to get like as much rendering out in front of us as humanly possible. Just running around all of this big stuff that's loading in around us. And frame rate is holding steady. How about battle? Basically no load times for going into battle. Combat battle options. I understand that. That must be new battle options they've added. Battle options. Focus camera, auto guard. Okay, whatever. Whatever. But holy crap, this is great. Alright, let's go to a place where we're not going to be as overpowered. Alright, what got in here? Anything? Big Velociraptor thing? Come here! Come here! Ooh, let's use Bullet Storm, because that has like a lot of effect going on. Oh no, no, it's nice and smooth. Fantastic. Oh my goodness, this is great. This is really great. You know, so it doesn't look the best because of the lower visuals, but you know, I mean, I think it actually this looks fine. Even there isn't even that much bad about the hair rendering here. Hello. Oh yeah, we'll go through this animation. Oh no, this is wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful. Surf Demon says I need to get back into this game when I get my new TV on Friday. Oh yeah. It's a great game. I mean, maybe not a great Atelier game, but it's a great RPG. I mean, that was a big thing that I noted in my review. It's like, hey, this is a great RPG, but it doesn't feel that much like an Atelier RPG. Just with how different a lot of the stuff is, especially with the story and everything. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Can we save anywhere in this game? I think we can. There we go. All right, well this is great. I'm really, really glad that this game plays well. Surf Demon says, I still find the battle system to be a little weird. It is. I mean, they keep going further and further into like the whole real-time action stuff and less of the turn-based stuff. Because I mean, we saw that with the Ryza trilogy. And then this game took that even further. Gust is clearly just trying to make an action RPG, even though they've made action RPGs before. One game I'm waiting to go on sale so I can play it again on Switch, because I had a physical copy way back in the day, is Knights of Azure 2. I remember really liking that game, and I think it was an action RPG. All right, this works. Let's check on Blue Reflection Second Light. I remember never finishing this game. I'm pretty sure they sent me a review code for this, and I never finished it. Blue Reflection Second Light was, it was neat. I liked the concept. I remember being really interested in the first Blue Reflection. And I just never did that much in this game. I went through a little bit of it and just kind of moved on to some other things. Ooh, Ace Agersoft can be messaged on Twitter too. I'm gonna send that email I sent to Ace Agersoft to them on Twitter as well, just to make sure they see it. Okay, anyways. I don't know how far I am in this game. Like how far did I make it into this game? A couple hours. I made it a couple hours into this game. So let's load it and see how this is. Surf Demon says that is on sale on Steam right now. Oh, are you talking about Knights of Azure 2? Is it? Because it's not on sale on freaking Knights of Azure is, oh my gosh. Oh yeah, it is. It's $30 instead of $60 because it is not on sale on Switch. Otherwise, I would have bought it. All right, let's see what we got here. It's 30 FPS. The motion blur on the camera is, oh my gosh, it's a little rough. Let's go to configuration. Can we please turn motion blur off? No? Okay. Alright, so it looks like so far it's kind of a stable 30 FPS. Let's go into a cutscene. Yeah, Knights of Azure 2 for Switch is still $59.99. Because honestly, I wanted to test that today. But I don't have $60 to throw out just to add, you know, an extra thing to our tests. Because I would probably want to play Knights of Azure 1, because I'm pretty sure that was a Vita game. It was. It was a Vita game that they decided not to localize. I think that was around the time when Koei Tecmo started just moving away from the PS Vita because they knew it was on its way out. So there were a bunch of games that they just decided they weren't localizing specifically on the PS Vita and PS TV. Because like I remember it was that game didn't get localized. Warriors All-Stars was a big one that I really wanted to play that didn't get localized on Vita. Alright, let's see how this game handles battles. A little bit of a stutter as soon as the battle spawned. Looks good so far. Animations have a little bit of a stutter to them. Falcon shot, sure. Looks good overall, though. Only thing I really don't like so far is that awful blur when you move the camera. Buzzing pulse. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. I say this isn't bad. That is bad. This right here. It's got still got some stutters. But I really hate the motion blur with the camera movement. Did it stop downloading things? Oh no, Yooka Laylee finished downloading on its own. Okay. There are some strong-looking demons around here. I wonder if there's a way to avoid them. Walk around them? Or not? Oh, are we in auto mode? Oh, we are in auto mode. Okay, let's just watch auto mode go at it. Solid Python, why did they never bring the first blue reflection to the Switch? Like, what's up with that? I don't know. Because I'm pretty sure this is not super connected. Auto battle, you are not doing very well right now. Oh, and we got, of course, we have clothing destruction going on here too, right? Isn't challenging strong enemies like that a little reckless? I'd recommend just running away. Okay. Oh, the motion blur's like this in here too. I'd say if they got rid of the motion blur in this game, it would probably be pretty good. Because there's some stutters during transitions, but actual gameplay, like actually running here, is a pretty solid 30 frames per second. Okay, Mike SMOA, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the motion blur when moving a camera is really the culprit here. Because the actual frame rate seems pretty solid. Let's go ahead and save. I mean, we might eventually go back to this game. I don't know. Every time I do, I'm just kind of like, you know what? I'm good. But, okay. Let's see. We can test... Next, we can test Yooka Laylee. Because that game didn't... That game had a lot of frame drops on Switch. Its sequel didn't. But they developed its sequel really well. Because if you didn't know, Yooka Laylee 2 or Yooka Laylee and the Impossible Lair, you know, the overhead, like, kind of 2D side-scrolling game, that was actually made for the Switch first, made sure that it could hit 60 FPS on the Switch, and then was just enhanced for the other platforms. They did that in a really smart way, at least for Switch users. Let's see, it says, SMOA says, blue reflection on Steam Deck OLED looks great, but the PC port isn't great. Alright, Solid Python says we should get Yooka Replayly on Switch 2 as well. I'm sure we will. The remaster they're doing. Let's just go into the main adventure. We'll just load our save data and see how it plays. I'm assuming that it's probably just a solid 30 FPS. I'm sure it's not unlocked. Oh right, wasn't the Yooka Laylee remaster that one thing that was like teased as coming to air quotes Nintendo platforms right before the Switch 2 was officially announced, basically saying, hey, this is coming out on the Switch 2, even though we don't know that the Switch 2 is a thing yet. What all do we have in here? Does this just go back to the hub? Let's see. Oh, we just got an announcement that on June 25th, we're going to get Poppy Playtime Chapter 4 on consoles. So that's cool. Okay, seems pretty solid so far. Okay, Ivory Towers. I think that's the end of the game. Can't go that way. Solid Python, yeah, I'm pretty sure they confirmed now that they meant the Switch 2. Everybody knew that's what they meant. Because we knew that it was we were just a little bit away from the official announcement, and they were like Nintendo platforms. It's like everybody's like, so basically you're confirming that the Switch 2 is real, and that the Yooka Laylee remaster is coming to Switch 2. Okay, this is just a puzzle room. We're gonna find a world to jump into. Alright, Salt Python remembered another game that started chugging, Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. I don't know if I still own that. Almost. Return to hub? Oh, return to hub is out because we're in the hub. Try that jump again. There we go. Big hub areas, but frame rate seems to be staying stable for the most part. Get out of here, eyes. Here's a world, looks like. Long Manju, welcome to the stream. Have you played the new Rune Factory game? I have not. I still need to go through all of Rune Factory 5. I bought it on a sale. I played a little bit of it, but I haven't actually gone through and beaten that game yet. Rude. Stupid rude door. Hey, door, why do you gotta be so rude about it? Let's look through our moves. Alright, where's the camouflage ability? Okay, good. We're fine. Take this. Let's see here. Solid Python says the new Rune Factory thing, it looks great, especially on Switch 2. Well, that's cool. Yeah, because the only Switch 2 native games I have right now are mostly the ones that are given to you. I got the upgrade packs for Fantasy Life and Hogwarts Legacy. But then I got, I have Switch Online, so I got, the enhanced Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And I downloaded the Switch 2 version of Fortnite. Because, that's free. Because I'm not like in a huge rush to review a bunch of Switch 2 games because I'm still working on Life is Strange Double Exposure. Because I want to get through that. Actually, I want to get through that today. Because we're like halfway into episode 4. Or I am. So that's what I want to get done tonight after we're done streaming. Alright, this looks good so far. Trails of Cold Steel 3 had trouble loading Big City. I think I have Trails of Cold Steel 3. It's either under L or T. It's not under L. The letter, the love, the mermaid. Maybe it's under my UK account. Is it not? Let's look under reviews to go again. I know I own Cold Steel 3. I don't think I got it physically, so it should be in my download list somewhere. There it is. Okay. So we'll let that download. Let's return to Hub and go to a different... Hopefully we can find like a bigger, more open world to test here in Yooka Laylee. How long are we talking? 9 minutes! Holy crap. These download times are fantastic on the Switch 2. If that was on Switch 1, it'd probably take half an hour. Alright, we're in Ivory Towers now. But everything's looking good so far here in Yooka Laylee. So I'm assuming that the remaster is probably just going to look a little bit better and have 60 FPS. Which would be nice. Just a shame we can't fast travel some of the older worlds. You missed. Or as far as knocking me off. Alright, not going that way. Not going that way either. That's where we came from. So let's head over this way. Okay, about a third of the way through Trails of Cold Steel 3. Oh, and while it's downloading, let's get save data. There's a world up there. Let's go back a little farther, though. I remember playing this game made me really miss Banjo-Kazooie. I know we have it on Switch thanks to the Nintendo 64 app, which is nice. It'd be really nice if we had got a remaster of that. Oh, there's a wall there. I mean, I haven't run into any performance issues out here yet. Welcome, Anju. You don't finish games? I do. I don't finish all games. But some games I just get distracted from, because like I place... Because like I started working on Rune Factory 5, and then there was something else that I wanted or needed to play to review. So I moved on to that, and then it turns into a, alright, well, you know, I'll go back to Rune Factory 5. All right, 3 minutes left for Cold Steel 3. Oh, I remember this room. I think this is one of the very first areas of the game. Surf Demon says, I rarely finish games either due to burnout or just forgetting about it. Yeah, forgetting about it can happen. Oh, yeah, let's go back inside. Yeah, forgetting can happen, especially when new stuff comes out. There we go. Let's dive into this one. Don't care what it is, but we're going to dive into it. I'll play that for a few minutes, and then Trails of Cold Steel 3 should be done, so we can test, see if I have a save file near one of the cities in Cold Steel 3. Still a little weird that Cold Steel 1 and 2 never got localized for the Switch, so if you want to play the Cold Steel series, you start on the Switch with 3. Blanc says, I replayed the Cold Steel series a few times because I really like the battle system and mechanics. No, it had good gameplay, it had good story. I liked it. I liked playing through Cold Steel 1 and 2 on the Vita. Even though Cold Steel 1 had that ending where it's like, oh yeah, you have this giant mech mechanic that you can only use for like one battle at the very end of the game before you get the big cliffhanger. Alright. Frame rate is sticking and being consistent so far. Oh, hi. Yeah, I remember you helped him the first time you come to this world. Ah, good. Trails of Cold Steel 3 is done. There's Mr. Cloud. There's, you know, definitely not Cubone. I would be shocked if those enemies had not been inspired by Cubone from Pokemon. Belong at you at the end of the game, no less. Yeah, talking about the Cold Steel 1 thing. Yeah, I was shocked when that came up, and then the game immediately ended. I'm like, what? What do you mean? You're gonna introduce this awesome, you know, giant mech versus mech battle system, and oh, by the way, the game's over. Tune in next time and on the next gigantic 50 to 100 hour Legend of Heroes RPG where you can actually use the mechs. All right, this is good. This is good. I would say this is real good. Let's go ahead and save and quit. All right, let's see if we can find a save data in Cold Steel 3 around a city. All right, when NIS America started bringing these games over. Backstory system. There's no graphical settings we can toggle here, right? No, was way too early for that. A lot of chapter 1 and 2 things. This looks like a city area. All right, so let's see here. Wait, no, this is the trial. We don't want to be a part of it. We don't want to be in this. Check on campus. Conflict in Crossbell. No, I want... Maybe this will work. We want to be able to walk around. Okay, here's a town that we can walk through.
I'm tired.
For her to say it, she must really mean it.
Okay, I get you're tired, but we just got here and we need to test the frame rate here.
Let's call it a day and head back.
No, things are looking good so far. Looks nice and stable. Skip event. Of course, this is a Legend of Heroes game, so if you want gameplay, skip about 12 events here. Because the Legend of Heroes has a lot of story. Oh, yeah, this is when the base gets attacked. All right, so we're walking around here. Frame rate's still stable with all these guys roaming around.
Spread out. Keep focused.
Let's go help these guys. Or, you know, be moral support. There's Big Mech guy. Alright, let's wander over here.
They're coming. Beginning interception.
This one's strong.
All right.
Be careful.
Frame rate's looking good so far. Moving into battle. Okay. Do some cinematic stuff. That's still looking good. Okay. What about arts? Let's use airstrike. You missed.
All right.
All right, Gemini Blast.
You can't escape. Fire!
Oh no, the frame rate is holding up nicely.
Brionac, activate. Fire.
Yeah.
I'll support you.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much.
Let's go.
We appreciate that.
Sit. My turn. Now, let's continue onward.
Okay, that's good. I'm sure that pretty much all of the Legend of Heroes Switch games are going to be like that on Switch 2, where it's just like stabilized at 30 FPS.
We did it.
That showed up.
Whoa! What are these things doing?
No! Right flank.
Cover them. Understood.
Schwarzer, take care of the right wing.
This is nothing.
All right, let's go.
Target.
I think it'll probably be pretty interesting moving forward, like with testing various games. It's like, where are the exceptions to the rule? Because the rule is kind of like everything's better, but then you get exceptions like Mugen Souls or Bloodstained or you know, little stutteries here and there, like in Fairy Fencer F, where it's like you stutter when transitioning, but once you get into gameplay, it's perfect.
Get back.
Here I go. Take this.
It'll be interesting to look at.
Not today.
Not today.
My turn. Arcus activate.
Let's go. Arcus activate. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, this looks good.
I'm up.
I'm very happy with how all of this is turning out.
Sit. It's down.
Assist.
I'll assist.
Thanks.
My turn. There. There.
Assist again.
It's mine. I shall
There
go.
went one.
I'll support support. Arjun here. Thanks.
You're welcome. Man, these effects look fantastic too.
It's my turn.
Is it? Okay.
Second form, Gale! Now! Let's go, Altina!
Yes. There. It's my turn.
Okay. Well, that is good. Let's see. Was there anything else that we needed to test today? We went through pretty much everything that I know runs poorly on Switch 1, and a bunch of stuff that you guys have suggested. No, I think we're pretty good. Okay. Well, we have been streaming for almost 6 hours now. So I think I'm going to go ahead and head out of here. I appreciate everybody who came to the stream today while we tested games for 6 hours. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, Friday I'm going to post my review for Life is Strange Double Exposure. I'm almost done with the game. It's going to be my first review that's going to have comparisons in the presentation section between Switch 1 and Switch 2. And after that, I'll start doing actual Switch 2 content. It'll probably start with Fortnite hardware once I've played with the unit enough, and then we'll go from there because, like, you know, like I said earlier, these are all my Switch 2 native games right now. Blonde, can Switch 1 load Switch 2 games? It's not. No, I do not believe that it can. Like, I'll pop into the virtual game cards for a second on Switch 1 off screen, but I'm pretty sure it won't even let you. I don't know about physical copies. Yeah, Switch 2 games don't even show up in the virtual game cards or re-download list for Switch 2. So they won't even let you install them. As far as physical copies, I don't know. I don't have any physical copies, but I'd say the answer for that is just no. Blonde Factory, they said Rune Factory Switch 2 can. I believe that is because the physical copy has both versions of the game on the cartridge. Like, it has the Switch and Switch 2 versions on the cartridge, and when it recognizes the system, it loads the appropriate version. Because that is not a Switch 2 exclusive game. Yeah, Guardians of Azuma, I think it's called. That released on both Switch and Switch 2, so when you load the cartridge, if it detects the Switch, if it detects that you are using a Switch versus a Switch 2, it will load the Switch 1 version that's on the cart versus the Switch 2 version that's also on the cart. I heard about that a while ago. Basically, like, oh yeah, these multi-platform games that release on Switch 2 physically technically has both versions of the game on the physical cart, and it detects your hardware before it loads. Blonde, I see buy one get two. Basically, yes. I believe the new physical versions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom do the same thing. Obviously, I don't have any of those, so I can't test it myself. Just from what I've heard online. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna head out of here, get something to eat because I haven't eaten any food in the past 6 hours. And I don't know what we're gonna do for streaming next week. We'll figure it out when we get closer. We'll get there when we get there. I'm going to head out of here, and I hope you guys have a great day.